Okay. That was kind of weird, but what up? We got 3 minutes. I got food to eat, but we do have a live stream to watch. Before this starts, I do want to look at the teaser which was posted and I actually haven't seen. What's up, Haley? Actually, I am excited. We got 3 minutes. All right, so this is the Triathlon code which was posted. When was this posted? This was posted 30 minutes ago. Teaser. Those of the great houses shall answer any blood wager issued. The victor may choose one of the 3 fates for those bested to seize a trinket. For those bested to seize a trinket, bind them in employ. This line is quite interesting. I don't know what that means. I have to stream the original feed for a friend. All right, sounds good. I'm going to be live for quite a bit anyways. Appreciate you though. Bind them in employ or decree banishment. Only the challenger risks death's embrace. Now, for a bit of context, this post is literally titled Raid Class Welcomes the Great Houses of Trathos. So I assume they're going to be, I want to see you cook something. Yeah, I'm going to, once I see patch notes, I will play around with with potential build ideas. And tomorrow will be the main PUB in day, I think, is what's going to happen. I might even POB today, depending on how I feel. We'll see. We'll see how patch notes treat us. So they're going to be factions, I assume. 1 minute, okay. They're going to be factions, and we get to choose any of them. And I assume they're going to have their different specialties. And the goal is to kill the factions. I assume it's kind of like they all pick a champion. And if you come out victorious, you gain the trinkets from them. So you pick the one you pick the house you want the least in terms of trinkets, and you go fight the others. Maybe, I don't know. All under the great houses of Keitha, Sixan, Bardia, and Azadi shall uphold this code or forfeit their assigned into death straight. And this line makes it seem like there is going to be some kind of fights, unless it's somebody outside that's challenging all 4 of them. And you can choose, I don't know. With the leaders of houses, bind this article to the Triathlon code on this, the 4th menses of Korathin primacy, sealed in blood and note. And these are the 4 houses seals. This is what Azadi, Bardia, Siaksan, and Keitha. All right, let's see. Are you all ready to hear those beautiful words?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
He'll say it's Jonathan.
It's Mark. Here one.
It's always Jonathan first.
What fair?
Mark is end game talk.
Okay.
Has it really been that long?
It's been like a year, my guy.
It's certainly been too long since
Let's see.
Okay,
now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there. But we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile: Secrets of the Atlas is coming out to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2. That means the next PoE 2 league will be in August, and the next PoE 1 league after that will be in October.
Okay, let's switch this back.
First drops are enabled on today. Follow and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or on Global Chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are.
Totally.
Trust me. I should know. But now, I seek something more tangible. Someone I
New
care
class.
for, trapped within the Atlas. Reliving memories. Made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated. I must have answers.
What is this quality?
We must find the originator. We must save. We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
Her power is an illusion made real.
It completed King's March. Let's go.
Come,
Mercy.
child. Drink deep the waters of life.
What a
Holy.
room.
River Clyde.
Oh my lord.
Target inside.
Mercenaries. He added mercenaries.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into
Beautiful.
the core game. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session.
By the way,
where
was
Ziggy
it
D
was
will ask
the
Jonathan
live
and
stream
I your
shoddy
questions
for you
from
guys
Twitch
quality wise at some point, or just
chat.
me?
In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all, the memory of panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice. There are many combinations of
What
these
is that
powers,
immunity on
so
the
you'll have to
top?
carefully consider how they best work together.
That's new.
That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits. Where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses. In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this
Literally
memory of
turned
her
into
father
Uber
as a
Aberoth,
powerful, influential man,
Lol.
and manifests those
He literally
emotions
looks like
into
Uber
a
Aberoth.
twisted nightmare,
Kinda.
the incarnation of dread.
It looks like it's synthesized with
Another
Barbaroth.
memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, Exiles.
New influence.
Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them.
They just
If you
circuit.
slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the
Starfall?
Starcaller unique abyssal axe.
Whispering
Starfall?
Ice
Show
one
this
better?
one
Is that
because
what
it's
this
straight
is?
up
Real talk?
badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal
Holy.
immense damage.
That
What
looks
makes
cool.
it shine, however, is that on melee crit,
Cycling
cast
past a crit time,
Starfall, a
We're
new
cocking,
skill. With
boys.
the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens
A
of enemies
random
as you
divination
rain
buff.
down the elements.
Imagine how
upon them.
expensive this shit would be.
Another item
If
you
it's
may
strong.
find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw
It's the div
escape
cards
card, you'll
themselves?
gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the
so
modifiers of
fucking
slain rares
insane.
you kill.
Oh, that
Just
is
for fun
wild.
factor.
Effectively,
Mm-hmm.
you can think of this
Sounds
unique
like
as being
Pathfinder
many
Flash
other
Riders.
uniques all in one.
Flask effect.
There are many, many cards to draw, each with
Oh, that
varying
is so
degrees
cool.
of power to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle
17's are
bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the
17's are
previously
dead.
mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory figures that can also
Just
roll the
chill.
same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more
Huh?
rewarding. With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands and will have a random amount up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies,
That is
which can be
insane.
used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory puzzle-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights,
No,
and
usually
craft
not.
powerful new
Later.
items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was
Settler
introduced during
music.
the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry. King's March has already been completed.
Good.
There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills.
This is going to be insane.
You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them.
Only.
One such unique is Scorn Flux. These
Increase
boots
to
combine
cast speed
agility
also
with the
applies some
mastery of
movement
the
speed.
arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This
Honestly, that's
allows for
great.
some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathis. They are less common, but
Raise
have
zombie
far
of
better items.
gigantism.
And they are also the sole source of items with new infamous modifiers,
That's a
unseen
new
before in
T-Gem.
Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet,
That's a
which
new
causes
T-Gem.
nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll
XP.
just die.
Almost had me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Lol.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion.
Oh, he's actually using his aura bot character.
This
on it.
mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided.
Aura bots. Log.
When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the Fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well.
Holy. Gilded fortification.
He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back.
Giga minion build. Let's go.
Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied
In
options
town?
is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your
What up,
mercenary falls
Asuka?
in combat, you will
How you
need to
doing?
return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated.
Oh, no AG treatments.
If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs. and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus.
This is new, I think. I
facilitate
don't think
these
I've seen
trades.
this.
Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town.
I really
Now
wanted
its
this to go
services can
core,
be
so let's
used
see
to
how
their full
what they do.
effect. Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As
Okay.
you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By
Okay.
sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant.
So tattoos are core now. Big.
The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery
Oh my
node.
god.
For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves.
Okay, that is
Runegraft
interesting.
of the River
There's gonna be
is
one
a chance
interesting
to recover
one.
your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There
Lol.
are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only
Global-
use one of a given
global
type
defense,
at a time,
reduce
but you can
attributes.
use them on any mastery on your passive tree,
Warcry speed if you
which
have no
can be
Warcry
particularly
recently.
useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those
Oh
unfamiliar,
god, no.
this method allows you to decide
Fuck,
which modifiers on the
no.
two input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can see.
Why?
This method can result
They
in the items
butchered
being destroyed.
Recombinator.
However, it is a good option to use when trying to
Yeah,
create
it's
items
completely
with fewer mods to
It's
use
at
as
like
crafting
almost
projects.
8%.
I mean,
Given the existing
Double
recombinating
T1.
Really
mechanic
use
was
both
very
ways,
powerful
guys.
for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way,
Wait.
or the new
oh.
way.
Can you use the old way or the
By
new
letting
way?
fate
Oh,
decide, it will
shit.
combine the two items randomly.
Oh,
There is
that
no
is
risk of
insane.
destroying either item, but it will be less predictable.
Oh, that is insane. Never mind.
As Settlers
That
is
is
now a core
big.
mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you
base
wanted
stuff
to
is
gather more
surely
Verisium ore,
they
you could take
nerfed
this notable.
With exclusive mods.
Each ore has a
Must be.
similar node.
It's way too strong.
Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores,
Oh, Refiner's
and
Bargain
life
is
force
huge.
into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran Scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of
I
workers
do
to
like
collect
that mapping
resources,
still exists.
refine
I
ores,
thought it was fun here and there.
craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of
Guess we'll
resources
see how
in
much
exchange for
gold-
tattoos and
how much gold
rune
they
using
take.
those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made
Ooh,
a
Betrayal, let's
substantial
go.
rework to another important mechanic: Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoy and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: transportation, fortification, research, and intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again.
Okay.
This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
Yeah, that's kind of big. That's kind of big.
The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace.
What are these
The Mastermind
Z-Balls?
still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding.
Holy.
It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too.
Lol.
Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you.
That's actually quite
items
cool.
have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre.
Excuse me, sir, what?
The Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses.
Oh my!
For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item
Bitter
in it,
Point is going to be insane.
There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise.
I like that there's more time on this shit.
And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item.
So can we just get
aside from the
30...
crafting sprees, there are other new options too.
Passetos lens?
If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines.
What about mirrors? That one person that gets a mirror from that shit, holy shit.
Failed items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding.
I'm looking forward to Betrayal.
Shut up!
Now, before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things.
Alright.
This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells, adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes
Projectiles
from Legacy
have...
of Freesia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion,
when are we getting patch
we've
notes?
also added a lot of the quality of life features
Patch notes
that
when?
we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to
That makes
essences
sense.
with the Remnant of Corruption currency.
That makes a lot of sense.
Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach.
Yo, these are all stuff we've seen.
gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration.
So
when
how
you're
do we
trying to
target
interact with
non-monsters is the
objects in
question.
world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes.
Okay, so that's with patch
Alongside
notes.
the launch of
Okay.
Secrets of the Atlas,
Yeah, it
we're
is
hosting
today.
a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have
Yeah,
some
that's not for
interesting
me.
prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are.
Yeah, that's not for me.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
All right, let's go supporter packs.
Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs.
Okay.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive
Oh, that's an interesting spider.
The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it.
Lol.
When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate. The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies.
That's
The
kind
Frisian
of cute.
Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers.
I'd rather have the tombstone one.
Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed.
Oh,
On
the
top of that,
mercenary
it will
system
track
is
the
something
total
I'm
number of
really looking
times
forward to
you've defeated the
trying.
Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through.
That's kind of cool. I like that
Become
one.
the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood.
What the fuck is that
Looking to
face?
have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash
No.
hideout decoration will
Whack
test
him
your
all.
reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes
This is
with a
kinda
scoreboard,
cool.
so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to
I
trade.
like this one.
Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the
Like
sacred
that looks like
Crypt
you're
Keeper back
spitting
attachment.
out the veil, whatever.
The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps.
Lol.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Mercenaries of Trathis. Additionally,
I really like
any
the portal,
microtransactions from these supporter
low-key.
packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League. So now's your last chance to purchase them.
That's not the one with the
Additionally,
race.
the Dawn of
The
the
race.
Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. With
Patch
release
notes
at the end of
today.
next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to
Huh?
dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame, and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin
What is
the Q&A
this
shortly,
stuttering?
so please get your questions ready.
It's also stuttery for you.
Yeah. Okay, it's on me. I was
Also,
like, I was so scared. I was like, wait, is my internet shitting itself?
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Also, like, there is no option for like 1080p. It's only 4K.
Yeah. I noticed in some other situations, like, it was being very, very shoddy in terms of quality, but I assumed it wasn't me.
Also, the
Sounds to
sound
another-
is like super scuffed. Like way too loud.
I expect very large Q&A covering all that we have to cover for Secrets.
I'm watching a slideshow right now.
Mhm.
Okay, it's not just me.
It's
of the
loading
Atlas.
for
I am,
you
of
right
course,
now.
joined
Yeah, it
by
is.
Jonathan and
not
Mark.
doing
Welcome back,
anything.
folks. Thanks for
PowerPoint
joining us once
stream,
again.
lol.
Great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here as well.
Yeah.
That's it. There was a lot
Leggy D.
Two
of
FPS.
pressure on this one for you guys. Like, it's been a long
Okay,
time since we've
TLA
had
up.
the Path of Exile 1 expansion.
Welcome back, Helix.
Jesus. Frames per minute, not per second.
Yo, what on earth?
How did you guys feel going into this, and how do you feel like you've been able to deliver?
I mean, honestly, I'm like pretty happy with where we're at. Like, it isn't a like.
It's actually
you know, it
hilarious
isn't a
watching
full
the
year
watching the
of,
slideshow
development, 'cause,
go.
You know, obviously, PoE2 disrupted things a bit, but the main
Like,
thing is we're
it's
kind of back in action now. You know, we've
completely
we've worked out the
broken, right?
model for how
Yeah, it's on
this
their
schedule
side,
can function,
100%.
doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like.
Well, please, we
merging
can
the
hear
teams back
them.
together, kind of having.
Did you get
everything
excited by
so that,
Spec Plus
like,
projectiles inspectors?
Dude, that unique is going to be insane, low-key. You could, only problem is you can't have multiple, what's it called, veiled modifiers on that one. So you have to pick plus specters or
able to work on both games, not necessarily
like or
simultaneously
projectials and stuff like that. But like
person, but effectively, you know, we need.
if you can give them free projectiles, then that might be plus one support gem.
And so,
But plus one
you know,
spectre
that
alone is
sort of
huge.
approach is definitely way better. And so
And
now
because we don't have a
that,
plus
like,
spectre
you know, now that
option
we're
for
back to sort of
shield,
fixing deadlines
so
again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother and like, you know, I'm pretty happy
Listen
with
to what
like,
they have to say.
effectively we kind of got our
what is that?
I have
Okay.
a technical difficulty screen, so that
I don't
Okay,
have it
yeah.
yet, but I can hear the sound of technical difficulties.
Yeah. That's what I
Also,
have.
the sound
Okay,
for
it's
that is
there
way
now.
too loud, right?
Yes. It just
Yeah, everything's working. It's been a year, guys.
technically no, there was GG Life for Dawn of the Hunt. So it's not been a year.
It's been a year since the PoE one. So they gotta bring out the PoE one cameras because it's like last gen.
Max happy about camera.
I didn't feel that hyped about mercenaries, and then I realized they could have auras, and that's just always so strong.
Dude, the mercenary system could be
ridiculous.
insane. Like literally
You
just
have people scaling Hulk, the rogue guy. His auras in the Frisia League.
yeah.
just the possibility of having auras plus war cries that affect you, to which you don't need the sockets for, you don't need to provide support for. You can give them
You
gear
need
to
to be able
help.
to not die, and
You can give them
game maps.
gear. Don't forget you
You
can
can fully gear them.
Yeah.
later on.
that's insane.
Like,
That's insane. You
can
can
give
literally
them
craft gear for them
ridiculous-
if you wanted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can give them all the effect they need and on all these all the defensive stats. Well, not all, but like because they don't have a tree, but you can
Kind
give
of
them what
excited
they
about
need.
memory gear that's actually like usable.
It sounds interesting. I'm just wondering if, like, they didn't announce anything, but like I'm almost expecting like significant other crafting nerfs going in it.
I think Recomp is getting nerfs, like the base one.
I mean, the Recomp is absolutely.
It's one of the first things I want to check in patch notes. Just control F for combination. Let's just see.
The amount of us, they never told. Oh my god, this shit is loud.
Like, they are after the.
But like, remember, they never told us the formula, so they don't necessarily have to tell us if they change the formula either. Yeah. We just figured it out. It's testing that they'll tell us if they changed it, most likely.
Yeah.
But that was insane. Like, that was insane. The mercenaries I'm really looking forward to, and that shield, that fucking shield. We'll see. Oh my god, their live stream ended.
They probably restarted.
Yeah, I assume they are.
I expect them.
They have to. There's too much. They've lost so many frames potentially, and there might be a lot of like delay if they keep going. So they will probably restart it. Everybody's back normal, shit like that.
Honestly, we just need to rewatch the whole thing because some of those fights I couldn't even see because it was just pixels.
We'll watch it on YouTube. YouTube is one that will have the actual like proper quality.
Watch it on YouTube once it's live there.
Like at the start, I was like, I actually shifted to 2K, but then that was touching. So I'm like, okay, I can't do this. But like 720 looks kind of bad, but like rock in a hard place. So I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, like I mean, like
patch cancel, go home.
Okay, it's rough.
Bad, holy.
What'd you say? Man has decided to swipe on Bazaar or something. I feel like
MTS looks so bad. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
The map device looks cool,
like
but
Groot.
it's like super impractical.
Yeah, the problem with those map devices is like you want like if you're actually like me and you kind of want a small one, then they just all fucking suck because they can't fit in there. But like if
that's
you
what
go,
she
like,
said. Anyways,
I have this one serpent map device. It looks cool as fuck.
Hello, folks.
Oh man.
Someone said laggy D. What the fuck?
The Secrets of the Atlas. We've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're ready to get into a nice, big, long
I just got blamed Ziggy
here.
for this.
So I did ask the question that.
I don't think he blames him. It's just like
at this moment.
The Secrets of the Atlas. We've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but
Trump,
we're ready
leave the
to get into a
stream
nice,
alone.
big, long
Okay, that's enough of
session
the chat.
here.
It's back.
So,
Refresh. It's back.
I did
refresh.
ask
I'm watching
that
back for
after
a
nearly
minute.
a year since the last major Path of Exile.
By the way, Heliax, what did you think of the
a fair bit of pressure on this one
of the reveal
to be something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So, as I was just saying, like I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now, as I said in the intro. So we've sort of changed our approach. We've we've merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor in the
What that's
all the developers. Now we're kind of making it
wait for patch notes,
backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2.
Because it can still be nerfed.
And that's definitely a much better structure for us because it just means that we get, all our best people can work on, whatever game needs it right now. We've always worked well with kind of the fixed, in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model where it's like, we have a fixed deadline, but if we, and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind of amount of content every 4 months, as we go forward, and for PoE 1 and 2 as well. So now that things are back, I would say
make it a minion league, every minion OP.
Go a lot smoother from now.
In sum, we're back.
That's not
We're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and
like genuinely, the fact that we can have
which
mercenaries,
my expectations in terms of like how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have Made
the
it
fact
really
that we can have
powerful too,
mercenaries to be like
We've
aura
honestly been talking about
bots
making a
or
mercenary for,
support,
probably
and then
5
have our
to 10
Spectre
years. Like,
shit
it's been one of those things that you've
with
been
plus
talking about for
projectile
years.
or max specters or whatever else. The fact that we can do those things
Settlers League
is insane.
That's just the
That is like that already just buffs every minion build.
You guys baited me pretty
Just
hard. because
baseline.
Last league, you put out this system where you know
We
you
can have
these
2
exiles
AGs.
that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it was at that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead.
Iliac just said we can have 2 AGs now.
Do the mercenaries finally. So was it like
give you
waiting
more
on something?
quants.
Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of
We
having a
now
good
have
design
2
how it
AGs that
worked,
can give them the
and, you know,
exact
there's a
same
couple of
layout
things.
and just
One
have
thing
more
that
damage.
wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster
Oh
difficulty.
shit!
And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting
Wait.
9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But
So
you know,
wait, in
that's,
6-man
kind of one of
groups
those
they
things
can
that most,
all
like,
have
if we just
mercenaries.
added mercenaries without doing
They
something like
said
that,
they
it would
all
mean
they
that,
work the
you know,
way
the game
that
would be too
looks.
easy.
For
So that's
like
why
the
we've kind of got that
bonuses.
situation going on.
The quant
It means
bonuses.
like, you know, at best,
Yeah, but
you're
like,
a more,
you're-
you know,
typically,
bad, build, bad character, new player.
when they're
whatever you wanna
mercenaries
call
like in
that,
D4, you can't have that
they're
in
gonna carry you
and
probably,
parties.
or could carry you.
But they can have
And at
all 6
worst,
people
if
can have
you're,
mercenaries. Is what I'm saying.
10,000 gods and have infinite
So there'll be
everything and
12
screen coverage and
characters
DPS, then
in the
they're
map.
just boosting your loot. Right, so there's
All
there's
doing
a flaw
shit.
there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
Do you know how insane that
Sounds
could
like
be?
absolute beautiful chaos. Like
If you're like if all y'all are doing is like giga buffing one
Our
person.
initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and, well, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. You know, it was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially.
That was
had.
the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because
We
like
ended up
you want
going
the
away
mercenary to
from
be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually
Yeah.
because it comes with like
9
auras and
aura
things like
boss,
that. Like,
3
effectively, it
farmers.
becomes part of your build at that point, so it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party
Yeah,
with
and
other
it
people.
didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends, and then whose mercenary gets used?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now? And I don't get, So it's we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But
12 entities is
fun.
going to be insane.
And I mean, you can also have an animate guardian, and
You
you
know,
did tell me that
Draconic-
there's changes for that as well.
Well,
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I
AG.
expect a lot of
Listen.
people to now have. You have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because, I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a
18
point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian?
wait, so AG doesn't drop
However,
loot anymore?
if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at
Yes.
least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start,
Holy.
they're gone.
Until you play another.
I really hope they
It's
give
gonna
it the
result in
grouping
a,
screen. To be honest,
A lot more people using animate guardian in their build, but now you have to gear up your character, 1 animate guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy
Chains
goes
of
in that regard.
yeah, Chains of Command is
I
now
mean, that's
valid.
kinda cool though, is like having all that extra demand for gear, and that's I was
Like now you can
certainly
actually go with Chains of
thinking about how I
Command
wanna
build
keep,
and
send
have
this
a
gear
mercenary
aside for, like,
actually
the
supplement your
mercenary,
defensive
I
aspect,
think
because
that's
Chains of
cool.
Command has always been weak
But that's a lot
defensively
to
but
that,
good offensively.
I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop PoE 2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with a release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
There
public
might be like
holidays, conventions,
Right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that.
I am back.
Just before we get held to the strict to the day 4-month thing, but yes, it is the goal.
Happy to have you on the
100%
side of
go back to that. I
excitement.
think there is a
Minion
it is very,
stonks
very
have
important that you
skyrocketed.
have
This
you
is
know,
the
as a
this
player and
is
a long-term player of
the
a game,
Minion
of which
League.
Many of our players
Let's go.
You have that consistency, and you know what to expect, and you can be like,
Dude,
yes,
I don't know why they didn't include Bob in the
I've
video.
played for my month. I've played
Every
for my 2
Minion
months,
player would
I
have
know I can
lost
just,
his
you know,
mind. I mean, I
stop
know
for
why,
2
because
or
Minions
swap to
are
the
not
other
as
game,
popular, but like,
do that,
god
and then I
damn,
know
that would
it's
have
gonna
been
be coming
insane.
again in 2 months.
Especially
Instead
for
of
the
just like-
KOL section, they could have just snuck it in there.
That like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a
Yes.
developer
Yeah.
and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever
I
again.
imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the dates
I
being
mean,
pushed
there's,
out.
there,
or-
it depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the
Yeah.
deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah,
I hereby request a change the command build from you. I'll think about one. I'll think about one.
Explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean,
now we can even give
blended originally like years
Kingmaker
ago,
to the
where
mercenary.
POE2 wasn't getting.
And you
like,
just
you know,
have free
what
10
kind of wasn't
fortification.
because that deadline was so far out that it kind
Yeah.
of works. We had to split the team to get POE2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that like the games are. There's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Like, there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement. But I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that. And this support for the future is...
Unfortunately,
a thing.
WASD just can't really happen because, well, okay, I
Well,
say that, but
yeah.
there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the POE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need
I think I've had this question before.
over, and then we'd need to pull
Bob
all of the
Posey with
arms
one
from
more
POE1
Bob
over to those
news.
rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly
We need more Bob information. Bob is important too.
Path of Exile 1 is like...
Give us more Bob.
warrants that sort of massive effort
Well,
in a year or two or something like that.
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a lot, but not like not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we have been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE1 for so
Yeah.
long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you'd notice, and if people have been playing PoE1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah.
I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing
Sky,
this. It looks a
kinda.
little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like
Yeah.
it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in PoE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new,
stuff,
new
technology with
content,
it.
right?
They're
So
straight
yeah,
up
they get to
PoE2
just and the
style.
engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech
So
for
that-
completely new content.
So
like that.
they're looking like better and better and better, but
Yeah.
the players
Yeah,
are
yeah.
kind of staying a bit behind.
So
So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Bob
Yeah, right.
Bob
So,
has feelings too.
While we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like, it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE1 development mode, then PoE1 takes precedence and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE2 needs it. And when we're in PoE2 development mode, it's like, it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game, like all the time. But it's like, if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every every resource that PoE 1 could possibly need for this expansion was.
Who said they love PoE 1 more than PoE 2?
I
What
got
you
to see
see?
that firsthand walking around. It was like
I'm just like, how do you think
Right
they're
at this moment, because it's
like
in the last week. But yeah,
what
it's
what
kind of
exactly
variable. Like, if you look at things like the
is the ideal scenario for that person? Is it do they want a discount
in like the last,
and just say, okay, I'm only using this in PoE 1, so like
all but 2.
discount it or something? Like I don't know.
80% of the team is on PoE 1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like the dynamic.
Like, how does that work?
We had like 021 for.
Like, you don't support. They didn't increase the prices at MTX. This is still the same price they had before PoE 2 became a thing. So
and like,
you know,
it's like pretty hyperactive,
right?
Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. Like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the level of support we need. I mean, there's those videos even that were made by the like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like, it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while, but I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying this, like that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like, we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to
I mean,
those bosses are...
The 1 year gap was them finding their feet, is the way I see it.
That we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff. But then, like, you can have one animation be 8 different
what will
skills
prove
and,
that they can do it now is if they go on and they actually keep the 4-month cycle for both games.
We're actually...
For now, I'm not going to believe or not. I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, we'll see.
This is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So...
It's in ways where players can't tell though. Like, it's really
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like, it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, take that,
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, like, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean we're talking, every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
That's good. If they can pull off 6 releases a year,
you guys can pull that
take
off
my
for a year.
fucking money.
Wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like with obviously you there's a whole bunch I can rant about here, but effectively, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You got Zana coming back, and you've got
Really worried they would
an
have to
additive storyline
completely
for now,
rework.
and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be
Rework
still
for-
familiar. I wanted people coming back after almost a year to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics. And people are like, I want PoE 1, finally a PoE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity was important for this one. But yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're going to, over obviously a relatively long time, have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, yeah, it's kind of set up for right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative. And then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the
next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So like another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done,
Someone just mentioned
a decent chunk
something.
of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that.
Minus
there's
Lightning
clearly ones, like, I know
Res
Settlers had like just
Mercenary
melee rebalance and
with
rework
Eyes
and
of the
change
Great
1,000
Wolf,
systems and drastic
Doriani
ways and
prototype.
all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327.
Yeah, that'd be pretty
we're gonna
cool.
go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can.
That could
to,
be
like,
pretty decent.
You know, amp that up and I don't know, maybe
So you
fully
actually might just
revamp
die
wand
constantly
builds and
for you.
create a whole new thing there.
It depends on if
and
they
now we have
run
things that
into
said that, but-
lightning dots often or not.
that kind of stuff. So yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content centric, ones that are more character balance centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content in game. We wanted our core
There'd be a lot of shit
players
like
who've
that
been
with
playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
That was a discussion we had yesterday. Actually, was this idea that
Because remember, you can select the mercenaries you
don't necessarily have
need.
to worry about new
So
player
it could be
onboarding
something.
as much
It's
as
mercenary.
Pathfinder one now,
You
but
literally
that's
gear
more
up
for PoE2.
I would
just for
definitely
boss
say that,
fighting.
For PoE1, it's like
Like he's just there.
now
You
very
don't
easy
talk
to
to
say,
him
you know what,
until
like,
you're ready to like
this is
do a
really
pinnacle
player-friendly,
boss,
it's okay.
and they're like,
we're making a game for
come.
the experienced PoE1
Come.
players, so like we
You
can just
can-
go ham with all that
yeah,
stuff.
you can kinda go nuts with
You
it.
know, like if you're a new player, then PoE2 is obviously going to be more appealing. You know, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE1's still, you know, like it's still a like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus,
Especially on something like Reg Defiler, that would be insane.
Things like that, like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you initially when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
It was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap.
Like, you did just be playing this thing before launch.
Secrets about Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathus. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And, you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansion.
Oh, sure.
People who ideally our PoE1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes. So not everything is there, but a lot of it is. You know, there's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between pinnacle and uber pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder.
So we still have tier 17s.
Just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right, and then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new, and it was like,
yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the end game, and so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses. I mean, look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel
we
like
end
something
up
always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. We usually do some sort of live during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly and coming together very much, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. Even we often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just like very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
so now like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft, which I'm excited about that as like a progression, the crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, why don't we just do it in the new endgame system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was like, well, may as well.
I wonder if you can re-add somewhere down
now it's
the
worth
line.
getting into that
That
specifically.
would be
The
utterly
basic
busted.
crafting orbs all
It
consume
would be.
And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it,
Like,
but it
what
is
the
our
fuck?
intention to implement that.
Ah,
But it's a
cool.
bit scary.
What will?
There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and
Yes,
interweaving.
please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications.
Oh,
And that is
wow.
something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to
Wait,
guarantee
so-
like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff
So
like
wait.
that. But yeah,
Essences
if we were
and
to
all
do
of
it the
those
other
are
way around, you'd
not-
probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make
No,
sure
no,
we're
exactly,
definitely
not
happy
that.
with everything.
So
'cause
so
it's-
basically,
it is a very
League mechanic
complicated
crafting does
wheel.
not touch it.
They want to implement
craziness.
it.
Actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
You just
cross
have
your
to.
fingers?
You just have to effectively
Send it.
just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything.
Yeah.
So you have to on some level.
But it's
just,
the same with uniques. It's the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like, here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, exactly.
that's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system. And that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like, there was Alva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely
the
nothing.
lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were
So
worthwhile.
we were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And
Kirak
so
mission
all the
blasting?
Kirak missions that
Kirak
can now be
buff.
offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that.
good.
So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah, that's some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands. We don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping. Then you find the memories, We've already tripped up now. And this is the thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But yeah, we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then, I'm back to just, regular things. So we're like, well, once you finish the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping. But it's T16s, and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s.
Okay, so they still exist.
Honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory,
if they were removed, we'd hear about it before now.
Which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to. So we will.
Well, let's talk about the problem with Tier 17s then. So like obviously there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the juicing. And so then you have you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops.
So they're going to nerf the items?
They were still
the
kind of
drops?
fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits
I
and
mean,
pieces. Like
if we're getting the same,
changes
same
to
the
mods,
same type of
how they generated,
multipliers
we
and the
certainly
same
some
memory
hiccups with
maps,
that one the first time
that's
around.
insane. We just I didn't see Scarab multipliers.
It was
So maybe
then all of a sudden
T17s are
now
for Scarab
T16s are
farms?
dead,
Yeah.
So
Wait, what do you say?
Here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever. They're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with,
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in Tier 16s again, or is it still going to be Tier 17s a bit?
So it's not
Sure.
deterministic.
I currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
you haven't taken a hard stance on it.
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get it and you're like, oh, yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then, of course, multiply that with all the All Flames and, there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented.
I'm here, guys, but I'm constantly AFK because I have
still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes and we have added some, but I wouldn't we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the All Flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
well, something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via Scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh
on
yeah,
nodes.
yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you play like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting Scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how PoE2 did it as well with their leagues, where
Play the content to get the
you
content.
get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency and influence the Scarabs you're getting. That way you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of Scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them and you can invest in some others, and we're just like more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively.
Mm-hmm.
But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the league. If you're not playing in the league, or you don't want to engage with the league as much, you still got the end game. You still got betrayal. You still got the settlers. All that stuff is all still there. The character balance changes. Everything's still there. It's just ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also like, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still like, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So like even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have like the currency
decent
pocket,
single target damage.
you don't actually pick a currency from that. They give you all the currency.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it's like so. It was
We'll
a bit
want
juicy
good
than I thought
single
it was
target
actually.
for the league.
100%.
Yeah.
This is the league of boss fights.
But, it was interesting creating a, there's not
And
many
it's
leagues
interesting.
where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think like, okay, I mean, you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was like, how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their item should look like, to be comparable to something you would actually want or have. So yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Like even Ultimatum, sure you get one in many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to
Early league gear is going to be
there's
more
some
expensive
pretty
than we've
powerful
seen.
Stuff you can get from that. I mean,
Just because now
obviously
you're gearing
the
yourself
surrounds are
and
easy
potentially
to
a mercenary.
put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy
the
ways.
mercenaries will also get
Yes,
gear.
he's
rare items
German.
and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on like as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're like, they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
Like there are like 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about like the Striker and I can't remember the names of half Eruptor and stuff, but there are like 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with...
I have a German viewer who was asking if you're German.
I know that, the aura bots of Trothus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trothus skills, but we, only showed this. Oh, there's maybe between 16, around 16 of them. Some of them
And
are
you
cool.
can get
There's,
those,
like,
right?
They can just be in their little pouch, and you can
just take one.
you can pick them, and when if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the siege ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast ray. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes out, comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like there's a lot of stuff.
Should have
to
put more
consider.
of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's probably some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation. Like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So
I'm so looking forward to patch
in
notes.
terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that. If you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying, I think.
Yeah, and
When
a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that implemented actually allocating individual nodes?
No,
no.
They have a Trathan passive tree.
Okay.
Secret.
Yeah. I mean, look, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good.
The skills on the mercenaries are locked to the mercenary,
Some are better than others.
but you can get
some will be good for your build.
you can get like higher level mercenaries who should have like just better stats in general
Each meta ascendancy
because of their quote unquote hidden skill tree.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy.
So you do want to get like higher leveled
It's
mercenaries.
pretty simple to just arrange them. There's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
They're definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's going to go in there.
100%.
Local identity, just looking at all the work that has been provided.
Like an aura, and you have the, what is it, the smite with the lightning aura?
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got, oh my god, too many, I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has, obviously, the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course. But,
so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
I mean, gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one. And they're like wearing, Giga MTXs and they got like all these different supported skills and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to. This is what I can become. And it's, whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have like be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
yeah, but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair
you
enough.
know, and like honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, like I don't know if I'm gonna.
Pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but like you know, like, that's part of my level.
You just say 15% XP.
I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point.
Surely that was just a mistake. I know the nerf, right?
We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries.
Oh, they can actually see chat.
Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realized that is not correct.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making up numbers.
Oh,
No.
Okay.
I know that's the wrong number.
No.
Okay.
Done. That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things?
No, I doubt they will.
They don't count as a semantic minion for like, you know, minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the, you know how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable, they deal less damage to your minions.
Oh, yeah.
They also count as, they also get that damage reduction from those things because like they're not like going, there's an AoE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so yeah, we've made it so obviously.
Thank goodness.
They don't take as much damage from, you know, those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky, so you know. On top of that,
on that same spirit of like you know, live improvements happening as we're talking about it, it's like yesterday I was asking kind of, can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE 2, where when there's some downtime, they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah, that change was made yesterday actually, and
does it have like minions?
The mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen. And
just mercenary.
I explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what? Just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just back to full life. So
love it.
You know,
it's just good quality of life. Yeah,
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool. And people seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
Hello.
Okay.
I mean, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But you know, I'm very much looking forward to playing my.
I wish Mark would be my aura bot.
Characters, and you know, you'd expect, you're a support character.
How do you
so
just come out of nowhere and say shit like that?
I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, you know, it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a skill.
I never thought about
I
that.
was like struggling in that regard. It seemed like they were actually able to kill things.
And them Headhunter.
Is that something that can happen in endgame though? That seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, you know, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, you know, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer. Right, they are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill, right?
There is 100%, and
so they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
Yeah, they might be. I'd say around 55% percentile average. You know,
better than half you.
Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, you know, when you're like, you know, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. You know, there's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, you know, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
yeah, there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now, that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like, they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh, damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new Change the Animate Guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of
only
doing it,
sequential
yeah.
instances, yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all
Yeah,
that drama.
we went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god! Now I got to do this again, and something unpredictable.
I'm just happy I never have to regear my AG.
Particularly
I mean, he never died,
oh my god,
but I never have to do it again.
Currency and so all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. So Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold
I
was
was,
a
I mean,
core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, like, with how gold improves things.
So if you don't
we
use
originally did it as a
Settlers,
way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
yeah.
stuff.
But I mean, I honestly, like, I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade, the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, like, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. So like, I think that's worked well. And it's funny because like, on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade. And that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, like, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. Like, it's got a definite place for sure. And like, we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Like, right now, it's not used for like shops or anything like that. Like, it's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And like, there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah. Okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is like mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's passive income, and but it's also like an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore.
It's
we
not
we don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with.
I'm just hoping they reduce the gold cost, because like the gold cost was always the most obnoxious part in my opinion.
Or something like that to sink the rest. Who knows? Yeah, we'll
like the upkeep is just
so good.
very rough.
It's a fun.
So I'm hoping they adjusted that.
PoE1, I promise you.
100%.
So. But there'll be ways to do it. But we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice. Like,
you touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I
right?
could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we miss the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit, and
But there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that.
Yeah,
element,
for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts and some of those.
I mean, I don't think the rune grafts, unless you get very lucky.
And there's a good set of
Tattoos will probably just always be better.
You know, there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get. You know, but I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards aside from
Anything interesting said?
But as opposed to like, you know,
they've just been talking about Settlers
So the enchants are gone then.
and the way and the way it's currently implemented.
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but
Except for minion builds. Minion builds again anything enchant wise.
Sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
You know, and a bit more regulated and stuff like that. But you know, because there's room for that. There's design space for that. But we never know what form. But I like that set.
I don't want to play Settlers Skylines. I really enjoy Settlers, and I was hoping it would go core. So like, I am going to be doing Settlers and Betrayal personally.
Reveal of the recombination changes because everyone's like, oh no, you did it. You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this. But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right.
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's L, www, saved. I love it. I really enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, you know, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, you know, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I say like we should pretty much keep it the same. Yep. And if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified.
The exclusive stuff, endgame gear is gonna
like
be
it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So. Yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep
that is if they didn't nerf it.
If anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like, you know, the
so does stonks just went
I
up?
think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway, unless you were
for the people doing it usually.
Sure. So, you know, I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But I'll verify, and if it is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is, you know, very present from the core Atlas mechanics and certain things.
What is this they're talking about?
Don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever, and you just don't get gold, or you know, Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So, like when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, you know, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist. 100%. They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league. And then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum. And then you know, when we're like, okay, which we'll make some changes too. But then you have the you know, things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like, why is the gold bad here? And it's like, look, we just missed the mark. So
Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're like going to do them today or Monday, but like. I would say no, it seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now, we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like here's all the currency. So then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. In different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. But it's still, it's just that there's a very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section because it is. Yes.
Great.
I mean, again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another
week before. It's like, what are we going to do? Sit around, twiddle your thumbs? Exactly. Sounds good. With the like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal, that's obviously like a big overhaul for that and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask.
I'm hoping
one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment. I hear a lot of feedback about like quality of life around Bestiary, for example, being not where people want it.
That is on our radar. There's I know for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life there is a little bit annoying. Maybe more than a little bit. But, like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example, there's some others, like I'd love to give, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, do something with Delve. It's just all those, there's probably more that once I actually look at the full list, I'll be like, here's some obvious ones, but look, these things fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, like
legacy of a decade.
It's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint. New rewards,
hoping
new systems.
With Betrayal, at least the placement matters a whole lot more since
step forward the story.
They are all separate.
A mini sequel sometimes is an option. There's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm finding?
100% confirmed.
Again, now because hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said
perfect.
And now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the Bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it? Do you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's I have my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed some hiccup.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
Well, tell me who whatever Dev is working on, then I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
Oh, I'll take you to them afterwards.
Good,
but you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to help buy them lunch. So
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. In Chimera. They feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where it's just like
one thing I'm not looking forward to.
Maybe like 40 immunity phases.
One thing I'm not looking forward to.
I don't know what the number was. It wasn't.
Is
there, but like, it was.
Now Katarina's fight is RNG.
Yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit.
And we all know how bad 30% chance felt like on the old Katarina.
Very easy things we can do.
So now Katarina fight is going to feel like what Veiled Orbs felt like.
Boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing.
Only good part is we run more safe houses than Katarina's.
One boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly
also,
want your end of line
to
bosses
see like how
Katarina
Veiled
to be good,
chaos,
and
like how rare it actually is. Does it actually
many
drop
immunity
baseline
phases
like
as
it used to?
just doesn't hold
Yeah.
up. I would say it didn't even really hold
I mean,
up
just
then
the
either.
fact that Veiled chaos
again,
exists
it
again, if it's
takes
like
you to really
attainable,
back out of the new stuff and go back and
Veiled
look at the things
will
and go,
get
what is
much
actually wrong
cheaper.
with this, and look through everything and go,
because there are so many crafts where you
there's actually
won't
more
need
bad
the
here
Veiled
than I
Exalt.
thought.
No, I think they'll still be expensive because even when Veiled Orbs were a thing, Ashling was still hella
Do
expensive.
it again X years later.
And Betrayal's boss fight is also going to have a price on it, so it's going to be very expensive because it's a chance on a chance. You have a chance to drop the fight and then a chance to get it.
Holds up from way back in the day. Like now, we might have.
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's a. I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like, I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do.
If it's not super rare, then
the thing is that like the gold allows
so many crafts will never need
so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having.
I mean, that's fair, but it's still a case where
individual other people.
there are crafts that will need it, and for those crafts, it's going to be.
Probably prototype that in PO2
the thing is, like, if you think about like how it was before they changed it, like
standard economy that
Ashling got expensive later, but early on Ashling wasn't even that expensive because like
the early access economy
people didn't need it. They were just using
here to completely damage the economy
like
Veiled
chaos, and then over time.
I know from my perspective,
That's the same with Veiled Orbs. They always started like 1D, 2D, and then eventually went to 8D.
Maybe this is enough.
I'd say it's more
and
extreme.
Now after and obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing 020 on PoE2, and then going and trying to trade for more items. I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So, I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade, and I'm like, why is the whole server AFK?
I think it might have been worse in PoE2 because of more new players. So
what I found in PoE2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know. Go to you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette
and I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well. Like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that. Just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little.
It's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
I just be like, I'm in your hideout, my guy. Come to your hideout.
Yeah, I think like I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, oh, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good. I think
that is exactly the thing that we
UX.
would prefer, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, there still needs to be. It still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the trade manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because currency, it acts as a sink. Like it is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this like, if trade like it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You can turns into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, you just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point,
sure, yeah.
and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see those that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play
Exactly,
quality,
and
your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact
right?
that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like, we're just going to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method. And
so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then but it costs you, but it
still has to cost you
then effectively
something.
costs it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was,
but it's something they are looking into.
You can only really realistically do a couple items a day. Then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be.
It exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like.
But the thing is, here's the problem with the two markets. It splits up the player base to where an item can be on both of them.
Bloody AFK people.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna prototype it in PoE2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right,
So
I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time,
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please
Stop it.
Please. Or actually, no, you're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So, yeah, it backfires, but
there is
whatever.
There is
What the
that.
fuck? Is it just like a
Make trade
20-minute
as
interview?
bad as possible to motivate
No,
you guys.
we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks.
Lol.
They talked
hanging out
for
with
quite
us,
a
and
while,
thank you,
but it
Jonathan and
was
Mark,
like
for answering
very
our questions today.
low
They are-
substance.
Reddit
look forward to playing more of
questions.
Secrets
I
of the
just dropped the
Atlas and
fucking patch
Mercenaries
notes,
of
man.
Atlas.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank
He
you.
dropped what?
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
Patch notes?
Yeah, we're so back.
Relax.
We're so
I said
back.
they should
So
drop
back.
the patch.
See you later, guys.
See you later.
Okay, time to refresh pathofexile.com.
I missed that. Did they say anything about recoms? I'm assuming it actually wasn't changed. 'Cause I don't think
It
it
wasn't
should.
nerfed.
I don't think it should be.
I think
to be
they said
honest.
in terms of cost for the.
It might be changed cost-wise, but
Yeah.
No,
it should work the same way.
Alright, cost-wise, was it expensive?
They might increase the
It wasn't
cost.
really, and I think they want
Like dust-wise, and oh my god, this is loud.
Yeah. I think they wanted for the crazy recoms that it actually costs something, which would be fine in my opinion.
Come on, patch notes.
The thing is like if recoms don't change really fundamentally, like they're in a weird spot because like they're really not good early on.
That's what I'm saying.
And
They
they're-
suck it.
No, but the new one will be good early on,
The
though.
new one is good early though, Ashram, because that's what's in PoE2.
Yeah,
right
because
now.
like you're guaranteeing 2 mod items, right?
What is mentioned in the F patch notes? Or just support for 3.26
Support
announcement
for
and
26 and support it back.
Yeah, exactly.
these are teasers.
Had to download it earlier because like I actually realized that someone had a couple items from me. I borrowed him like right when
really?
Felicia ended, and like it was like, oh shit, yeah. Give me those. Give those
The
back.
KB
I'm just
was
refreshing.
so
I gotta see this.
It was a fun build. Yeah, KB was fun.
It'll be here,
X-Ray
guys.
was also like the
Surely,
Exile
right?
was also so chill.
All right.
I think with this patch notes, there's so much can change literally between this patch notes and tomorrow. So
I mean,
I'm
that's
not
just
like in a hurry.
that's the truth, but like at the same time, I kind of want
Like,
to
I remember
see.
Settlers, and they made like remember the change to Eternal Damnation. We're like, this is insane.
But that's free
This is
share.
insane.
That's free
No, that was
share.
Settlers.
Yeah.
No,
We're
that was
talking
Settlers
about.
because that was the reworked endurance charges, right?
Yeah, Eternal Damnation.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it was
you mean
insane, but now
the one that
like,
made it
That's
zero?
Eternal
nothing.
Damnation is dead. Like
They
it's
literally
like
killed
an
it
item
before
you
it came
don't
out.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been way too busted. I agree with that.
I mean, I
but now
agree.
it's
I
like,
100% agree.
it's just like
Oh, they raided rocks.
horrendously bad. But I mean, like, I wouldn't even be surprised if they tone down endurance charges, because like right now, endurance charges are insanely good.
I mean, are they insanely good? I guess with Slayer and shit, it is. It's
Yeah,
out. It's out. It's out.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'll finish my map. And
Where is it?
Wait, actually, no.
I don't see
It's
it.
not out. Sorry, it's not out. It's not out. Updated. Updated.
Lol. Anyways,
oh, shit! Did they just raid racks?
Yeah, they did.
Holy.
Jesus, that is a big raid.
That is indeed a big raid.
You can now, one of the new mechanics is you can chain endgame maps. It was kind of like.
Also, goddammit, he took some notes.
Yes,
That's
he
usually
did.
what he does. He
Yeah,
does,
I know,
like,
I
his
know.
notes thing. He actually is a pretty sick note taker, to be honest. I don't know if you know, but he helped Maxwell PoE improve their writing because he's super not typical about that. The way they write, like their written guides. A lot of the writers aren't English first, so it was a challenge.
Patch notes are out.
All right, everybody, time out.
Right.
Path of Exile just raided me. Jesus Christ.
So long, man.
Jonathan and Mark, Ziggy, are you guys there? Can any of you guys hear me? Woody also raided me. Thank you, Woody.
I posted its patch notes. I linked it already. It's in PoE 1.
After this one.
Patch notes.
I'm sorry,
Let's see.
I just have to skip to.
I'm going to
Trickster. I
defend
need to
myself. All right. Tease us into this reality is basically the lead mechanic. Mercenaries. Only one mercenary can accompany at a time. Can replace items. We know all of these. Okay, the new mercenary challenge league includes a set of 40 challenges. 36 challenges is probably where we need to get to. This is going to be my goal, but we'll see. From the 19th. You don't want to ping me? Okay, new content. Added a new Dex in support gem focus channel and supports channeling spells you cast yourself near impart the damage of supported skills the longer they are cast, while also increasing their cost the longer they are cast. So like focus firing but for spells instead of attacks. These we already know. Randomize the number of memory strands on the normal equipment. Unraveling consumes auto upgrade the tier of explicit modifiers based on the number of memory strands consumed. Introduce the orb of intention, which modifies maps. Yeah, we know these guys already. 5 new divination cards, pausing the game, rogue harbor. These are the QOL stuff. Max number of players in a single instance of rogue harbor have been halved. Thank God. Maybe we'll stop seeing all the tearing in that place. Jesus, it was bad. A message is now output to chat whenever the nameless seer or reflected mist spawns randomly in the map. Cancel unaccepted invitations to your guild. And lose experience. Atlas memories have been removed. Items will be deleted upon logging in, and existing memories on your Atlas have been removed. So no more Kyrak memories of Harvest Beast. Red tier Kyrak you might recognize from previous Atlas memories. Rich splinters that Yeah, I know about that one. Commonly found scarabs now drop at higher stack sizes in higher tier maps, but are found less often, similar to how common basic currency stack sizes increase the area level. Big change. This is actually pretty good for scarab farming. Non-unique map at a lower tier than internationally. No grants map bonus objective completion. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Do we have Strand? Strand anyone? No Strand? Sag. What else do I like? None of these maps seem like stuff I like, but I think Strand is just a given. Low key. Like I think Strand is just staple. Yeah, like Strand isn't here. Yeah, I think it's fine. Map tiers location is shuffled. Most maps are now generally found at the different tiers. Some of the map bosses you're required to defeat to upgrade your pantheon have changed as a result. Crafting recipes have been shuffled, and ones that are previously unlocked in maps have been removed from the atlas and are now found within other maps currently on the atlas. Wait, crafting recipes have been shuffled, and ones that were previously unlocked in maps that have been removed from the atlas. Oh, okay. So the ones that were here are now here, basically, is what that means. Atlas passive tree chance to contain a master or extra content can be turned off through. Wait. Atlas passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps containing master or extra content that can be turned off through the Atlas passive now also cause scarabs to have increased chance to be scarabs of that type of extra content. Oh, so basically, if I have if Atlas skills that give me chance for like betrayal will also provide increased chance to drop betrayal scarabs. That is how I'm understanding this. Atlas passive skills that provide a chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content. So the nodes that provide extra chance for extra content that can be turned off will cause scarabs to be, so things that can be turned off. So that is harvest, bestiary, I think. No, delirium can be turned off. Ritual, these guys. Let me pull up PoE planner. Basically what they're saying is, I didn't click Atlas tree. Please be Atlas tree. It's not Atlas tree. There. Anything Atlas passives that give chance for any of these mechanics. So not these nodes, but like this node for harvest will also give increased chance for harvest. They just use this to describe it. So like for content that can be turned off, that's what they said. Not that will turn it off. Does that make sense? So that's my understanding of this. It's like extra content that can be turned off. So the nodes that provide additional chance will also increase chance for scarabs of that type to come. Makes sense. The intelligence gathering notable Atlas passive has been replaced with new lethal extraction notable, which causes intelligence gathering. I think that's this guy. Yeah, it's that guy, which is 10 intelligence to a random safe house is now grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. So if I execute people, they will give me intelligence equal to 2 times their rank. So if they are rank 3 and I execute them, that'd be 6 intelligence. I guess that's better than nothing, because executing doesn't give intelligence. Interrogating does, but executing doesn't. Not English native speaker. I mean, they worded it kind of very weirdly by pointing out that, because like even I was confused. I'm like, wait, what? Why would this give chance? But like it's very weird wording. So now execution will always give intelligence to a lesser degree. Pretty chill. Straight and narrow, which is I think Rogue Harbor, heist. New minor strike notable, which prevents ore deposits and cargo transfers from appearing in your maps. Straight and narrow, isn't that Rogue Harbor? Yeah, it's rogue. Its rogue markers cannot be found. So now you can make settlers not spawn in your maps. Okay. Chance notes for content that may be turned off. That also increase the chance. Yeah, basically that's. It's just the wording is so awkward here. It's so awkward. That means chance for settlers will also give chance for settler scarabs. Added 2 Atlas memory clusters to the Atlas passive tree, with including the following passives: 80% reduced chance for memory threads to lead towards this. The number of memory strands and equipment found has finished chance to be lucky. Tony Trains Holy. Settlers added to the core game. After almost a year of building, Johan has this, and now gold can be dropped from slave monsters, which can use paying workers' wages as well as passive tree respec and black markets. Currency exchange. Johan will invite you to, upon reaching the end game, so not during campaign. In maps, you find different ores which Cargram can mine. For instance, ore or crops grown to this to return rewards. By shipping items to Karuri ports, you receive tattoos. Cargram ports do this. Isla Recomb. Previous method of this is still available. Scarabs of Abundance, which causes areas to contain additional ore deposits. Scarab of Guarded Riches, which makes the ore deposits in area to be at least magic. Monsters Guardian to be magic. I don't know why you'd want to change the monsters there unless you are using it to just put mobs in your maps. I don't know why you'd want them to be magic. Maybe Orichalcum with its unique mobs. I don't know. Introduce the refinement, which causes ore to grant smelted bars instead of ores, which of course big. And I think there was one I saw where I think it was a notable on the tree where they have a chance to drop as dust, like gear has a chance to drop as dust or something. 20% chance to contain ore deposits. Your ore deposits have increased chance to contain 2 ore deposits. Ore deposits in your maps are more likely to be rare varieties, and chance for ore deposits to be replaced by lost shipments. Lost shipments? So we can just get currency in map here, dude.
But the Sanctuary of Thought kind of kills it.
There's a note for, I know you guys are not interested in settlers, but there's a note here that says it's a 10% chance for ore deposits to be replaced by lost shipment. So you can just randomly get currency from settlers now, I think, from like a shipment reward.
Sick.
Yeah, I remember shipments is smart looted, so it could actually be a decent source of early gear for trade at least.
Jesus. The Sabo changes are insane.
Sabo is
okay. We'll get to Sabo eventually. Now let's see. Crimson are guarded by 2 additional corrupted growths. Increased chance for ore deposits found to be crimson. Petrified amber ore deposits take reduced damage. Increased chance for amber. So the tree does not take as much damage, I assume, or is it the monsters? I assume it's the tree. Veritium can be channeled for this longer. So in what new way do you want to die? Is what this note is saying. Would you like to die a very slow and painful death? Because that's not what will happen here. You'll get blown up. Orichalcum has 100% increased duration, so that's the lightning striking one. And then increased chance for that. Bismuth, 30% chance to add an additional modifier to monsters they affect. So this could honestly be this could honestly be a mod that is used for juicing high-end maps, just because you're adding monsters to your maps and then you're giving monsters potentially like extra modifier, and with this it's extra 2 modifiers. RF enjoy. I mean they're always eating good, right? Equipment rarities dropped by possessed monsters in your maps have a chance to be converted to dust. So we can actually just go dust farming trees and giga juice with torments dust. And if we can just farm dust in maps, that means we can send more shipments and get more value that way. Sulfites found in your maps is granted to a random or until 25% of the value. Sulfites. Life force found in your maps is granted to a random. Ebenezer, thank you for the follow. This is insane. So wait, that means you would want to do settlers and harvest, because you can literally farm crops.
Taking that because you didn't have anything else that could give you damage on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like with Trickster, like Trickster was only busted due to the quality changes in your bases when you played it with EE.
Which makes sense with this.
Okay, they are busy doing stuff. This is insane. This is actually insane. Farming crops? I mean, that means we can actually giga juice crops and just send shipment after shipment. I really like this one. I really like it because I mean I'm a big life force enjoyer myself. So if you had to drop 1,000 life force, 300%, so that could be 1,000 life force being converted would end up being 300 key crops. Huh? Huh? That can, okay, no, 300% of the value is 3 times, so 1,000 would be 3,000 crops. Okay, my mind is back to normal. I'm good. What about you? I'm loyal to Einhar. Einhar enjoyer, I see. Some other Atlas passive skills have moved locations to make space for the new clusters, and it makes sense. There are now 5 job rankings, previously 10. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Kalguran. Huh? Excuse me? And then move the lamppost. Patch notes, man. They moved a fucking lamppost. Streaming is going good. I'm chilling. Are you a PoE enjoyer? Betrayal rework. The mastermind boss fight is now separate from betrayal safe house. I mean, we mentioned all of this. Katarina can now drop all flames. She can drop exalted orbs, veiled exalted orbs, and veiled chaos orbs. Safe houses can now have a chance to drop veiled chaos orbs. The AG skill is rough. Did they change it? Did they change the skill gem? Have also been completely rebalanced. Happy interrogating. Betrayal. This has been named to All Flame. Now has increased chance for monsters to be substituted by All Flame embers in areas. Is the first one. Okay, we'll get there soon. Let me finish this. All of the crafting branch. Okay, 41 new recipes. Combine your pre-existing and okay. You're no longer required to speak to June. We know this. Removing all rivalries is no longer an option offered when deciding what to do with defeated. There is a new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. So are we dealing with a bot here, or what is this? I assume it's a bot, so I'll probably soon ban it. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see. Skill gem changes. Anime Guardian. I didn't want to be. Lol. Yeah, that's a ban. Thank you very much. Get the fuck out. Animate Guardian. Animated Guardian now retains their items when they die. However, if your animate dies, you cannot summon. Yeah, they already mentioned this in the video. We expected it. If it dies, you can't use it in the same area, but it no longer loses item, which is a very big, I mean, it's a very decent trade-off. Unless that area is a hideout. I mean, that's good. Do I care about anything here? I'm I mean, fair. They did mention a lot of things. Carrying Golem or Scavenging, Golem leap and this now do more damage. Quality now provides regen. Minions regenerate this per second. Okay, so they buffed Carrion Golem or Scavenging. Death Aura was buffed. ED, Exsanguinate, Eye of Winter, Fire Trap, Flame Surge, Frostblade, Forbidden Rites, Frostblade, Frost Bomb. Holy Flame Totem can now target enemies 30% further away. This is big. This is big for leveling specifically. Infernal Cry now has mana cost. Okay, so nothing that matters. Lightning Strike. Projectiles now deal.
Not nuked, but it's not.
Have you seen Lightning Strike?
We don't need to go check Lightning Strike. That shit's not gonna survive.
Have you seen Lightning Strike?
Okay, let's go.
Projectiles now deal 50% less damage with hits and ailments.
Oh, that also like, yeah. I mean,
yeah, they're fun.
Molten Strike of Zenith. What do you think is here? Projectiles now deal 60% less damage. Every fifth now deals 600% more. So Giga gutted it. Should still be a decent skill. 800%.
How much was it before?
800% to 600.
It's still. I feel like at the high end, it's still.
That is significant, and then they increase the less damage.
It's just not a day 2 reroll with shit gear.
Yeah, it's still like,
which is good.
Its high end is still good.
Single target skill. It's probably still the strongest single target with that.
Yeah.
The thing is, we've lost enchants.
Like 25% less damage.
Enchants made that shit insane.
Oh, I mean, sure, but like, okay, 25% less damage. It's still like, yeah, okay, 25% less damage.
Okay. Raise Spectre of Transience is still a dead skill. We're not going to use this unless, and this is a very big unless, you're using it for supports. This is, you still don't use this. They reduce the base cast time and then they increase the crit. Like, it's still not going to be viable. RF of Arcane Devotion now grants more cast speed. So that just got buffed. Summon Chaos Golem now grants. Oh my god, they gutted Chaos Golem. They fucking gutted Chaos Golem.
For like 5 maps and then so
they fucking nerfed Chaos Golem.
They just
yeah. But like the thing is, like, Elementalist for Golem builds looks like very strong now, right?
They fucking
he hasn't gone that far.
They fucking nerfed my boy. They rolled the PDR.
Oh, just wait, just chill.
They took
just
the PDR.
Chill.
It no longer grants PDR, now it just chaos res.
7.
Oh, just wait until you look at Ellie.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter because what I use it for, it doesn't do that anymore.
Wait till Ellie and come back.
Okay, I will get there. I'll get
stop
there.
crying. Just stop crying and look at Ellie later. Like,
Okay.
You'll stop crying with golems.
I wouldn't because golems are big. Like okay, we'll
No,
see.
just
We'll see.
stop crying.
We'll see.
Just
We'll
stop
see.
crying.
Oh, I don't see elementalists having anything that will make me like, if it's a choice for golem, then sure. But that means for every other minion build, it's a no. Anyways, let's see. Flame Golem now has, it now grants AoE and damage. That's interesting. Meteor now does more damage. Ice Golem grants crits. What about Stone Golem? Golems now also grant increased defenses. Big. So now we just go Stone Golem for defenses, is what that means. At the very least, we still have that. It doesn't. PDR is kind of whatever, but like, at least we have this. But increased defenses is nothing compared to the PDR we lost. I'm not a big fan of it so far, but let's see. Let's continue. Lightning Golem grants attack speed and mana regen. Oh. Early game, you can't use clarity. You can now fit in the Lightning Golem. That's kind of nice. Enormity now has more crit multi and provides more minion move speed. Okay, Skelly mages, chance to inflict their respective, they have a base chance to inflict early ailments now. So by using Skelly mages, you're going to have shock, chill, and ignite just for free. The ignite might be whatever, but the chill and shock should be good. And if you wanted to, you could go bone chill as well to just have this as a, but let me think. If you had enough damage on them, you could use Bone Chill on a support Skelly Mage and have increased damage, enemy stick increased damage. Oh no, not even that, Unbound Ailments, I guess, and Bone Chill. But what that would do is shock, increase effects, and chill, increase damage, increase cold damage taken. And then if you're using cold main DPS minions, that could really multiply your damage. So this has some potential at least. The question is, how hard is it to get that damage where it can actually inflict shock? That would be the tricky part. But it's possible. There are support gens that could potentially help that. Especially for a 4-link. Vow skill changes. No vow skill we care about. Yeah, okay. Support gems. Awaken, Spell Echo got buffed. That's actually a decent buff. Arcane Surge now deals more spell damage. While you have Arcane Surge, now grants increased mana regen and cast with all gem levels. Oh, that was buffed as well. Returning Proj was nerfed. Spell Echo was buffed. Spell Echo was buffed as well. Okay. Greater Spell Echo buffed. Now Ascendancy changes. Hierophant no longer provides Giga Mana Reservation or less mana cost. It now provides regen 1% of mana per second. That kind of sounds like ass. That sucks. Champion now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15, and nearby allies counters this. So this is really nice for minions. And then Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy no longer causes nearby to counter its fortification equal to yours. It now grants more armor and evasion per fortification above 20 and increased attack speed per fortification above 20. Worthy Foe no longer requires Conqueror and now has you taunt on hit. So basically, Worthy Foe now has you taunt on hit and they cannot evade. Taunted enemies cannot evade or something like that. Conqueror Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with new Worthy Causes Notable that grants having a place banner does not prevent you from gaining valor. So we no longer need Perfidy for champion. Oh. Maybe I'll play around with banner skills again this league. Maybe. Guardian, Harmony of Purpose Ascendancy has been reworked. It now gives you a random shrine buff every 10 seconds. Harmony of Purpose, I don't remember that. Unwavering Fate has been reworked. Now grants 50% increased reservation efficiency. What? What is this? Excuse me? This is doubly as effective as this was. The fuck? Holy Giga Regen or Giga RMR. So that means Aura Bots, Guardian, Big Bob. That's what we're going. That is actually really nice. Saboteur causes projectiles to have chance to return to you, and then critical chance to be lucky and damage with hits to be unlucky. Requires bomb specialist or shrapnel specialist. Polymath now grants more damage for a different type of mastery you have allocated. Previously 3 and +4 evasion per 1 ES. Previously 5 evasion. Okay, so it was nerfed. And 1 ES per 8 evasion. Previously 6. So it was nerfed on both sides. Elementalist, Shaper of Storm Ascendancy no longer grants more effect of lightning ailments you inflict with hits if the highest damage type is lightning. It now has shocks from hit always increase damage taken by at least 25%. Okay, previously 15. Shaper of Winter no longer has 50% more effect of cold ailments you inflict. It now causes enemies shield by hits to lessen their damage dealt by half of chill effect, and enemies shield by hits have damage taken increased by chill effect. So just innate bone chill and damage reduction. So that is nice. Yeah, they didn't change Necromancer, sadly. Shaper of Flames no longer has 25% more damage with ignites you inflict with hits for this. Instead, it causes enemies ignited by you to convert fizz to fire. Holy, this is big defensively for them, for Elementalists. The Liege of the Primordial passive skill now grants 2 max number of golems, previously 1, and grants someone to elemental damage. Elemental Ascendancy has been replaced and able to bring out range, provides 66% increased mana reservation of Herald skills. No longer requires Liege of the Primordial.
I saw that.
Elementalists didn't make me. It's not replacing.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna be Duma regardless. We can't. You lost PDR. You're sad. It just is what it is. You should take the FF jewels for Elementalists and convert Fizz to fire.
I don't ignite to my hits.
Well,
it's ignite to include. I don't hit.
Well, that's a problem for you.
Yeah, that's an insane nerf to Ice though. That's an insane. That's not Fell's fault. Start.
It's also like.
So yeah, like I said, Elementalist doesn't solve the thing. If we ignited, sure, but we don't. Maybe if we went RF to just ignite, sure, but like, no. This is not a node we will take. As strong as this effect is, it's not a node we can take, whether we like it or not. But this is a nice change. This means we can now FNF +2 max golems on Necromancer and actually do what's it called? And actually do golem builds. The only problem I'm seeing with Elementalists is this guy. Why do I think this is a problem? for that, I need to show POB. Huh. Those things moved around. I don't like that. But anyways, it is a problem. Triple golem at least. Yep. It's a problem because of this. Elemancer currently provides effects of golems per summon golem. So the more summon golems you would have had, the more effects they would overall have. So this was big because you could get like insane PDR. We could get like 10%, 15% PDR coming from golems with enough increased effects. Now we can't do that. And this doesn't have, okay, this does have increased effects. But I don't know if it's going to if it's going to keep it. I assume it will because that's the only change they mentioned. So we'll still have the increased effect, but this FNF is going to be expensive. But this is only for golem builds. For non-golem builds, which is everyone else, you just take your stone golem, you buff the effects, and that's it. Like, it's not great, but what can we do? Can we pick up +1 in a cheap node so easily 4 golems? 4 golems should have a kind of effect on us and minions. It depends. What do you mean? Do you mean like in terms of their effects? Because this no longer exists. They removed this guy. This guy is not on Elementalist again. It's being replaced by Herald essentially. RMR for Herald and increased Herald buff skill effect. Isn't there no, oh, you mean like max golems? There is here. This is effects and max golem. This is what I'm talking about. You can get like +1 golem here, right? Like in terms of golem builds, Necromancer is now the de facto choice, and then you FNF Liege or the Primordial, and then you go for your Primordial gems and get like an extra 1 or 2 golems. Basically, like Necromancer Golem is stronger. Elementalist Golem is weaker. Is basically how this patch reads. Yeah, it's basically how this patch reads. So 1 baseline, 2 from Ascendancy, 1 from that's 4, yes. And then you can have, I think, +2 from Primordial Jewels, or was it +1? I don't remember. So I think I remember being able to get like 6 realistically without skewing your damage with like some weird uniques like Golem Chain or whatever that the amulet is. You can get like 5, 6 golems. Where else can you get +1 golem? Is there anywhere aside these sources I mentioned? They are uniques, obviously, but the uniques typically gimp your damage in some way, shape, or form. So we're not going to include those uniques. I feel like there's a +1 golem source I'm forgetting, but I don't fully remember. Okay, passive skill tree changes. Instant Leech was nerfed, sadly, so minion nerfs. Minions keep losing. Let me see. Elementalist, I would say, is worse for some. Since golems were the only reason to go with them, And now you can F and F +2. Yeah. All right, where were we? You won on nerve. I don't care. Nope. Nope. Beta points got buffed with this, but like who cares? King of Kulima can now rarely be found with 4 modifiers. Diadem no longer provides +1 socketed gems. Ephemeral Edge. Nadir unique jewel now causes spells to have increased crits. Also, these are just things I don't care about. Queen's Hunger. I feel like this sounds familiar. And now trigger Niset. Oh, the one that has triple offering rather than random every time. The unique no longer provides increased cast speed. Compared to the 3, 4. Item changes. Drop chance of regrets have been lower. Chance has been spread across the other currencies that can drop. Cause an area to contain 3 packs of Divination Touch magic monsters that provide increased chance to drop div cards. Previously 800%, so they buffed this. Divination Touch and I need a held buttons from other monsters. Scepters now roll attack modifiers less often. Staves now roll a higher tier of increased mana regen, scaling up to this. Resistant modifiers can no longer be rolled on crafted on weapons. Oh shit. Buff for weapon crafting. Citizens implicit resistance modifiers no longer rolled on weapons. Redeemer prefix on influence augments damage taken as cold no longer has higher than expected values, which also resulted in literature having lower than expected values. AoE and level of area projectile this no longer roll on gloves. The hybrid added early damage field and this can now roll on amulets. Divination card changes, rootless specific changes are below. Didn't someone Reaper get a change? I don't think I really read it. Increase. Oh, this was inflict bleeding. Nice. Aggravate bleeding. That's kind of cool. Having one of each was completely fine as much. Each does buff your golems as well versus being empty slots. Not many minion builds would FNF shock since it's based on damage. guess I should read PoE wiki for shock. Capable of inflicting shock always inflict shock regardless of their shock modifiers to this and their this able to do this. The base duration is 2 seconds is determined based on the amount of lightning damage dealt related to enemies' ailment threshold. Shock not inflicted lightning damage such as this, yada yada. The player and enemies can take up to 50% increased damage due to shock. But the ailment is equal to its maximum life, where threshold is reduced. Okay. Where is it discarded? So modifiers such as the one found on Votoxic can raise the maximum shock effect to this. Modifiers to shock effect such as increased effect of shock apply to shock before minimum maximum effect is enforced. This means that increased effect of shock reduces the amount of damage needed to apply. All sources without dealing have 50%. Shock element applied after the hit, not before. Because the shock element is applied after the hit, not before, because the magnitude of shock is based on damage dealt. Modifiers that cause shock to act. Where does it talk about discarded? The player and enemies can take up to this. Shock's minimum effect is 5%. Any shock of lesser effect than that is discarded. Give me a second. I actually need to pee. Be right back. Hey, Quests and I have the same Steam. So, I need to pee. I shall be back. I saw someone getting online on your stream notification and I was like, hey, I turned off my PC. That can't be me. Oh, lol. You guys have to see profile picture? Golem meta confirmed. 12 link items incoming. I mean, 12 link items should also be a lot easier to make as well. So there is that buff to 12 links. There is that buff to 12 links. Where were we? And then now we only need to kill any Hierophant minion builds, push it all into Necromancer. I mean, Hierophant, you mean Guardian? Because like Guardian does have a very, very interesting node, which is now 50% RMR. 50% RMR is quite insane. %50 RMR means you are more like, because remember, Guardian is the one that has the 3 free auras: the anger, hatred, and wrath. On top of that, you give it 50% RMR, so he can fit in even more auras. Aura bot is going to be insane on Guardian, and not only that, what do you call it? You now have an extra AG in the form of your mercenary. So if you wanted to, you could delegate. You could literally have minions that for DPS, and you're a literal aura bot, and then your AG again aura bot, and then your mercenary aura bot. So your minions are getting like sources of in like every single aura known to man on your single player non-group build. That could be wild. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Oh, holy.
Oh yeah, like really low numbers, yeah.
You can replace the items equipped to active memories or those in reserve with ones of your choosing rather than level up like Exile, so you can command from more parts from a search level through the campaign. Okay, so overall changes to minions. The patches weren't as insane as I thought they would be. We didn't get many buffs. I guess the biggest buff is the fact that we're now always going to be running Stone Golem without any... Like, there's no reason to go any other... The ad boss is back. All right, we'll just wait until ads are done in that case. Ad should be ending in a minute. Let me make sure I actually have my drops, shall we? Where are they? Drops and reward. Claim the Skull of Undeath. Done. Give me a second. All right, where were we? I didn't say not to include the vodka. Welcome back. So now the ads are done, we can continue. Where were we? We're talking about how overall we didn't get many buffs in terms of minions, aside, you know, AG, Big QOL, Mercenary should be also really good for DPS, but in terms of the actual gems, we got Stone Golem is now stronger. So if you're going to use Stone Golem, that is big. But if you are not, then that is bad. And if you are going to use Stone Golem and Chaos Golem, then that is just goddamn horrible. Like it's just horrendous. Now it's just 17% Chaos Res. Ah, that sucks. Change to AG makes a lot of upgrade. You can be a lot more offensive in gear now. I mean, yeah, you can, but here's the thing. If it dies, you lose a big power spike in that map. And if the map is dicey enough that it's killing your AG, you probably needed his offensive output. So while yes, it does allow like stuff like Crown of the Tyrant to be more popular, I will play around with Crown of the Tyrant personally. Get out the map and get it again. I think it just gets desummoned, wouldn't it? I mean, maybe it will allow you to leave the map and come back in with him. I suspect it might not though. That is my big worry here. I suspect he'll get desummoned if you go back into the map. Okay. I mean, we'll see. I'm hoping it's exactly like you're saying, and we can just leave and come back with him. Because in that case, then yeah, his stonks went even higher. Skelly mages are also kind of nice, with just having base chance to inflict ailments, especially for shock and chill without crits. Then Reaper of Revenants now makes it so the number skills maybe can even get up to 5 at higher levels, like level 30 or something. Maybe not. Aggravating bleeding from eviscerating could be something there. Enormity getting crit multi is big for enormity. SRS explode builds stonks, but I mean, I wouldn't play an enormity because that cast speed is horrendous. I really hate the cast speed on enormity, or cast time rather. It's way too long. Feels very, very awkward. Summon Lightning Golem is also going to be really good early on, and this is probably going to be what's actually probably not, but like if you're in a situation where you need mana and you need it, like mana regen, you need it now, Lightning Golem is huge for that now. Ice Golem now grants flat accuracy instead of percent increased accuracy. Could be good for early as well. And other than that, I mean, okay. CDR is on belt. What CDR?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we
I can't see what this says. Go to core.
studio for a little while there.
Let's see this section.
You will meet veterans who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus.
Let's just see this mercenary section and see we're going to nitpick everything that was revealed in terms of their gear, their skills, shit like that. I want to see certain things.
You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey.
This guy looks like a shadow.
One in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge
Necromancer mercenaries, more specters. I mean, they already showed a new race zombie T-Gem, race zombie of gigantism.
You will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
What the fuck is Molten Well?
Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills.
Bama.
You must now make a choice.
But it's worse, Blink Arrow.
Take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, or exile them.
Oh, for 10 mercenary encounters.
To hire them for
Up to 2 mercenary attributes can be exiled at once. Okay.
If you choose to hire them for
so you can send decks away and get int and then you can then have only strength and int and then send
once you've decided you can
int away or something.
This is a great opportunity to
these guys are fucking tanky, by the way. I think
with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur.
By the way, there was a siege ballista build that just summoned multiple siege at the same time. Frost shield, glacier hammer, earthquake of winter.
Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too.
Dude just has a weak build. I mean,
they can also
possibly, but honestly, I'm of increase damage taken from skeletons, from ghosts. Okay. I'm basically 7 ballistas in his half circle instantly. Yeah.
There are even some new
that was the new T-Gem or something.
One such unique
Clutches of the Damned. So they just added like new skills and shit, because like I've never heard of Clutches of the Damned, and I don't think it is here. Yeah, it's not there. So this is a new skill.
Is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters.
Bloody Warp sounds like
sometimes you may meet particularly
I mean you have a point, I can hear it.
The name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families.
Infamous Reanimator. So these summon Skellies, use Bone Offering, Relic of Binding, Race Zombie of Gigantism. Infamous Reanimator is something I'm going to just always watch out for.
They are less common, but have far better items.
Let's see the items this one has.
They are less.
Wait a second.
Descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathus.
I think I saw stun and block recovery. Oh, it's kind of trash. All right.
Trathus. They are less common, but have far better.
No new mods.
And they are also the
no new mods
with new infamous modifiers unseen before in Rayclast, such as these.
And then this is what people are losing their shit about. 100% fire to chaos. So I'm going to assume these are going to end up on multiple different like damage types, so you can convert fire, cold, lightning, whatever. Because this is big. Converting fire to chaos means you can now use like fire specters for poison and stuff like that. So your skills randomized. Regular mercenaries randomized, but these guys that have like names of houses, and the names of houses I think are less random, and their tags also kind of determine what their skills are and what the items they use kind of gear into, if that makes sense. So like this guy is an infamous reanimator, so that means this is why he has like summoning shit.
Gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby
enemies. This guy, they might take physical damage per 2 fort on you. Holy. So minion builds will also like this modifier. Phase minion builds. Yeah, basically. And it depends. You might want that, or you might want an actual like tanky support mercenary that will provide endurance charges and like fortification to you and your minions. So like there's lots of choices to make there. It's not like you just go for a summoner. You could decide to go for an aura bot. You can decide to go for like stuff like that that would also just buff your army and buff you, making your just tank. I think they show something soon. Spectral shield throw of Thratus.
physical damage as you gain more fortification.
Guess we can have 3 anyways. Yep.
If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them.
Just gotta wait what you say is the right call and then nitpick.
You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like
a true Redditor.
However, you are bound to Ray class tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party,
This guy. Val Ancestral War
each
Chief.
player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary.
Like that guy, he has Enduring Cry that also applies to his allies, and he has this Vigilance Strike, and I think he has a modifier where his Vigilance Strike applies fortification to nearby allies as well, or something.
Whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype.
Ashen Fisher.
This mercenary is an
Eruptor.
which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided.
So this is what I'm saying, like you can actually have a mercenary that has decent damage and juice, like just aura bot your way into his damage and your minions damage, because your auras are going to scale or going to buff both of them. You know, you can't do that.
When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a striker.
Striker, this guy.
Spawn with Vigilant Strike.
Attack enemies with a powerful melee strike which grants fortification, reducing damage taken from hits. Cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge.
A very rare golden support.
And then Gilded Fortification, which hits with Vigilant Strike, fortify you and nearby allies for 8 seconds. So this guy can provide fortification for you and your minions, as well as Enduring Cry.
It causes the fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well.
Dude is 1 out of 5 melee players.
He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're
Because like if you look here,
enemies off of me.
his endurance charges give this guy endurance charges. Like watch. There it is. And now he has endurance charges.
Taunting enemies off of me and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from
like, yeah.
For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as
arrows pierce 6 targets. Summons 4 ballista totems in a ring which use this skill. Totems expire after attacking once. Plus 3 max number of totems. I don't see Siege Ballista builds using this unless you can scale the maximum number of like how many, or rather how many totems get summoned at once in a ring. Because most totem builds go for the bow that makes them have like a scalable amount of max totems, and if you're only summoning 4, then that isn't good. And if you're only using 1 volley of attack and then expiring, not great.
Promised. You can only have 1 mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight.
Ethereal knives.
Any of your mercenaries you have active
Rita
or in your
kinetic
reserves
blasts.
can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing.
He has a wall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has a 6. These are 6 links here. Interesting. You can also see their stats.
In combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
Yeah, the links on your items don't matter, which is why he can give them Combs hearts, because they just have links. It doesn't matter. They don't actually check in where the links are.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while.
So yeah, for 10, he has strength exile. So if you want, you can also exile int, and then you just giga juice like dex, or vice versa. I will likely just always exile the dexterities and leave strength and int to see what I get. Because strength is the one that had those defensive balls, but int is also the one that had like summoner.
Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalgurin ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points.
All right, so that's what I wanted to check. Just okay. So yeah. Minion changes. What? I'm still sad about the Chaos Golem. Well, alas, it is what it is. It just means Guardian Turtle is going to be even more important. And the minus PDR we get there, we're not getting there. We have to get it from our mercenary, from some other sources, like fortification. Like fortification might not be optional anymore. We'll have to figure out ways to supplement that minus PDR. Because like on Necromancer, it's less of an issue. It's still a problem. It's still a problem, but we have this, which is 10% PDR. If you get typically we get like 10% from here. We get like 5% from Guardian Turtle. We get like 10-15% from Golem, which is like 30%. Then we get some conversion going. And then we basically even out at like 60%, and then we just eat the rest. But like now we don't have the scaling we can get from golems, and now it's basically just going to be a, if you're an ES build, Stone Golem is like not even that great because, you know, life regen. But I guess what you could also do in that case is Zealot's Oath and just have the life regen he's giving you instead be ES regen. But that said, Stone Golem I believe is flat life regen. Yeah, so that'll be flat ES regen, which is fine. It's better than percent, because this would work with CI, whereas the other would not. So maybe instead of doing Chaos Golem, the meta would be Stone Golem and Stone Golem of Safeguarding, because this is just 50% melee damage DR, and then this is regen. So that's probably what I will end up shifting to. Still using 2 golems, just 2 Stone Golems instead. And then scaling the effect of those will increase. It could easily give us like maybe 45% less melee damage taken. For range damage, maybe the goal would then be, there is no Flesh and Stone is the same way this is. We want to be more protected against ranged attacks, not less. So we have to figure out how we can deal with ranged face damage, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. It'll probably be a Stone Golem of Safeguarding angle in any case. Is there anything else I'm missing in these patch notes? Okay. This means that I can potentially POB a setup, because I think builds that were decent last league will be decent this league. And while we can't rely on modifiers we don't know for a fact will be there, like 100% of cold to chaos damage from minions, what we can do is we can plan a league start setup, probably be Zoomancer-esque, into endgame setup. There's a few things that come to mind for endgame setups. There's a few things that come into mind for endgame setups. Because someone mentioned on the Minion Discord potentially using Mercenary as a source for your minus lightning res with Doriani. And that could be a very big angle to gaining giga like damage without actually risking yourself. And this could also just be a boss killing mercenary, to be fair, so he doesn't die all that much. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think I'll make a guardian just because of how much I love minion leech. There was a Reddit post someone sent. Where was it? Let me see if I can find it. This is a lot of scrolling. Oh my god, where the fuck are you? There. Gaz's reaction to the thing. The shield. The insane shield.
Modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes.
Yeah, that was my reaction as well. Oh, holy. I suspect that shield in particular might not be all that great, simply because if you're not going for +1, or I mean, extra purge is nice, but I wouldn't use the shield strictly for lol. How are you back with Slore Mansa jokes already?
Because I am.
Lol. Anyways, where were we? The shield itself is kind of nice, but it's also just kind of not too great either. So depending on the setup, it could be a source of having a Spectre build without Wraith Lord. That might be the strength of that shield, using it as for a Spectre build without Wraith Lord, because then without the Wraith Lord setup, you can have 6 Spectres as opposed to the 9 you would have had, or I guess 10 in, well, 9, because if you go Wraith Lord, you're probably not using that shield. You're just not. It'll be too weak defensively. So 6 instead of 9. That is a great many, like, fewer Spectres, but now your helmet slot is free. And with that helmet slot being free, you can do all sorts of crazy shit. So I might do something along those lines with, but I haven't thought too far into this yet. I can see doing something along the lines of Wretch Defilers with Skelly Mages in the helmet, and then having some kind of crafted helmet. That's an option. I know Wretch Defilers have been played in gloves as well, so you can do that with chest piece being free. Either way, I do think if you go the shield, you do not go Wraith Lord, and vice versa. If you go Wraith Lord, you do not go the shield.
Which is a healthy item for the game, for you guys.
Kind of. It's the other side of that coin is the shield has like really bad base block chance. So you would need to invest a lot into block to cap it, which is a defensive layer you cannot skip out on anymore. I mean, you couldn't before, but like now with the Chaos Golem changes, oh god, physical damage is going to be spicy. It is going to be fucking spicy. But we'll see how that pans out, I guess. Rectifiler plus 2 projectile, 2 screen wide clear. I mean, we wouldn't go for projectile on Rectifilers either because they already have 9 projectiles. 2 extra is not doing much. Genuinely, it's not doing much. 1 extra defiler, you know, now that is doing quite a bit. And because they are defilers, where was this shield again? It was in the betrayal section. I think the All Flame is too far forward. And it was before this. Oh, there it is.
Also been improved. The veiled modifiers bitter
and these are chance based, so let's look at the base stats on the item. Gain arcane surge when you do the crit. You probably don't care about that modifier. You probably want to get arcane surge from other means, but giving your race specters the arcane surge, that would be impactful, because then they get what? They get cast speed, more. I think it has increased spell damage, or is it more spell damage? And they changed the arcane surge now provides 20% increased cast speed. It doesn't say everything else. Arcane surge is, oh, it just increased cast speed and mana regen. So they just get the cast speed is what that means. Unless you get the boost, then they have move speed, but like no one gives a fuck about that. Spectres gain arcane surge, so they get cast speed. They have increased life, so that's kind of nice. They were already tanky, so like, I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but if you're using this and you're going for like wretch defilers with like AG and all these other shit, then just giving them life by themselves is hit or miss. It's like it's okay. Then increased spell crits, that is the modifier that actually is pretty decent for them, because crit is so limited, but it's like without changing the skill tree much, we still wouldn't skill crits with them. So the question now is, are they going to give us more crit support on the tree? It didn't sound like they adjusted the tree.
Crit gem shit. A crit for certain minion gems and its gem changes.
No. We didn't get many changes. What did we get? We got Animate Guardian. We got Golem changes. It was only SRS of Enormity, and that's the Explode SRS that already had crit multi and it guaranteed crits. There's
Always Spectre of Transience did though, right?
That's temporary specters. No one's using that. It's still it's still a trash gem. For anything that is not support, you're not using it.
But it doesn't say, it says minions now have 800. Oh, okay.
It's on the gem.
So that's for the race vector specifically? Okay.
Yeah. Mine is eating for eating. 88% per race specter. Oh yeah, you are right. It's per race specter, so that is where is my calculator? In this case, we said 6, right? Because we take +1. So that's 6 by, I think this would go up to 100%. So let's just say 600. 600% increased spell crit chance is actually very big. And honestly, if we can get a 600% increased crit chance, that is literally 30% crits from just the shield, without any other source of increase, because we typically have baseline of 5. We typically have baseline of 5% crits. Wretch defilers are no exception, if I remember correctly. POEDB. It's been a while, POEDB. I'm sure you've missed me. Oh wait, they have 0. So red defilers would be shit with it. That's true. Red defilers have no crit chance, so you're not going to use this shield with them. You would have to use other minions for it. It had to be a spellcaster. It would have to be a spellcaster. And crossbomb. Wait. You know what I just realized? From Frostbearers are core now because Settler is core and Verisium nodes are core. So they are core. They aren't going anywhere. Oh, that is nice. That is actually nice. I'm not gonna play them next league though. But like they would be prime examples of people that would enjoy this the increased crit chance. Them honestly. No, I completely understood you. That's what put my mind on the Frostbearers to begin with. The people I would actually run this shield with, I would like to try. It would be a very experimental league start, but these are the people I would want to mess around with this league.
For crits. Login.
What's that? You say links?
Skills
Ew.
for crits.
Ew. God forbid. No. We're not doing links. Every single time I have made a build and I have told myself, I've convinced myself beforehand that I would use links on the build. I play for 1 day and I instantly regret my life and I drop the character instantly. Like that day I level it up, the idea that I get to the end game, now I'm doing links in the end game and I'm done within 24. Like I don't play the next day. I have not gone through a link build, gotten to the next day and still gone ahead and logged into that link character without like just going back to my previous character. It has not happened once and I don't think it's going to happen. We are not doing links. But what we could do is perfect judgmental spirits. Now, in case you guys don't know who the perfect judgmental spirits are, they are fire mortar specters. Dominated, your time has come. It's time to give you more views. Perfect judgmental spirits. These guys, the Lady of the Labyrinth, the Spectre. These guys have, I believe, fire damage based on their mortars. Now you're going to use the gloves to convert their fire damage to chaos damage, and they also buff skeletons, so you can very easily use these alongside mage skellies on the same build, both as damage dealers, and you'd have a very chill time. Now you'd have 6 specters coming from the shield, and you would have however many skellies you would fit. So like you'd use the helmet obviously and get the extra skelly gem. So you have like 11-ish 11-ish mages. The mage skellies for fire would be doing chaos damage, just like the judgmental spirits. And you can use gems to make sure you don't summon cold or lightning, so that you can just full send chaos damage, have these two do chaos damage, and she provides a buff, an aura buff to skeletons that is added chaos and added fire. But the beauty is we're converting fire to chaos, so it just be big added chaos as well. Permanent or temporary skellies? It has to be temporary because the only permanent skellies we can have are melee skellies, and we're going for mage skellies. So we'll probably end up being a chaos mage skelly build using, what is the name of these gems again? These jewels. Prismatic. Let's just do prismatic. Focus jewels. Cannot choose cold, cannot choose lightning. So we'd use crimson and viridian. So the only thing that'll be left is fire. Those we'd summon like 11, 12 fire mages, which would then get converted to chaos. We'd have the mortar judgmental spirits also doing that, and we profit from there, I think. Now the question would be, the real question is, how do we split up DPS? Do we go for 2 5 links in a chess piece, or do we go for a 6 link? My first gut reaction, because scaling levels would be very limited, is to go for a 6 link with the amulets. We all know the amulets here, right? Breach Amulet, Unetos Vow. Make it 2/6 links. I think that's the play. So then you'd have permanence, well, these guys, but you'd still have to use like Blessed Rebirths. And because you should have the which amulets? This guy. Unetos Vow. Socketed support gem. It's an onset amulet. And the support gem you socket into it will support the gems in your body armor. So if both of them are in your chest piece, you can have a for another support gem in your amulet, making 2/6 links. And they are both spellcasters. The biggest problem I'm seeing is mages will need GMP, whereas judgmental spirits will not. But here's the beauty of it. They can still take extra projectiles. It may be less damage, but like it's mortar, so it's still more damage. The only question is their spread. These guys already have like some innate spread to their... They already have some innate spread to their mortar, so the overlap is maybe a concern. So like these are the projectiles. They do Giga A. Oh shit, no, never mind. They already do Giga AoE. So they should have decent overlap to where GMP would overlap more. So even though it's in theory a damage nerf, it's not the worst thing, and your mage skellies are still chilling. Mage skellies got a change. What was the change? It made them apply ailment, so they be igniting. I don't care about ignite though. Summon Skelly Mage. I mean, it seems this is inherent, so it doesn't even matter where is POB or not POB. This Summon Skelly Mage. So quality is still max Skelly mages. We'd have to get Vow Summon Skelly mages, which would be expensive. Because we'd have to quality it for the extra Skelly, then Val it and Prage. I mean, the field ones are still quality, so people would still buy it though. So it's not the end of the world. By the way, in case you're wondering, these combat jewels, I think you have to make them, you have to sell a prismatic gem, as well as the let's see, where's the recipe? As well as rings or something. Craft usage in recipes. No, not that. Bro, where are you? Okay, we'll just go combat focus. I think this is it. Yeah, so you basically use 2 of the rings that you don't want to, I think is the ones you want to see, and it makes the one you don't want to see. So this is ruby topaz. So my guess is this one will make it so you cannot see sapphire or cold minions, would be my guess. This one prevents its cold related outcome. So yeah, ruby, topaz, and then a prismatic gem will give you the one that prevents cold. Whereas to prevent the one that gives lightning would be ruby and sapphire, and then a prismatic gem. And the easiest prismatic gem is probably elemental hits, maybe wild strike. None of the T gems, you don't want to have to deal with a T gem, but the non-T gems, the elemental hits, that is what you would use to make it. Isn't that the issue? Then they take up jewel sockets. Yeah, they take up jewel slots, so that's going to be 2 jewel slots gone. But what you have for it is basically 11, 12-ish archers, mage skellies, plus 6 specters, all doing chaos damage. And that's a lot of hits with chaos damage. If you want, you can go poison, of course. And as a necromancer, you still have access to unholy might if you so choose, because this would mean they apply wither on hits. And it also means when you do vow summon skelly, all of those skeletons summoned all do chaos damage. So you basically just make sure everybody is doing chaos damage is how that would work. If you don't go the jewel slots, then you're going mostly specters. If you're going mostly specters, you don't need that shield anymore. And if you don't need that shield anymore, then you might as well just go the helmets. I forget the name of the helmets. Great Lord. This way, they take up jewel slots, but you just have to build it in a way where you have more jewel slots. Like this is a necromancer, so you get access to this. You probably try to get access to this, and then you go for this guy. You go for this one because you want endurance charges anyways, and you go for cluster jewels. So you will have a decent number of jewel slots that you can spare for it. That said, you probably wouldn't be going for poison because that would take too much investment in chaos, in like jewel slots without darkness enthroned and Wraith Lord. So if you want to add poison into the mix, add poison into the mix, then well, you kind of have to sacrifice something. Darkness enthroned is probably the easiest one, and then chance to poison support gem will probably be things you would have to use. But like having vow summon skelly, where your specters provide basically 500 added chaos damage per skelly, is very impactful, I would say. Very, very impactful. So I think that's going to be my league starter. I think this is going to be my league starter. Huh. Where do we drop the shield? Katarina, I believe. That's where who drops the shield currently. You kill Katarina, you get the shield. The shield is just going to be... But here's the thing. With the new betrayal changes... Katarina is going to be such an interesting fight in that I feel like that ticket is going to be expensive. Just because current Katarina has like low chance to drop Veiled Orb already. Now you're going to have a chance to drop Katarina and then a chance to drop whatever you're going to farm. I mean, hopefully it's not too low of a chance, so that we can actually make money in Betrayal. Like I'm really hoping, because I don't know if you watched the Betrayal changes, but what they essentially did is they've separated Katarina fight from the Betrayal fight. So you set up your board however you want it, however you want. The board is going to be exactly the only thing that matters for your safe house loot, and then from your safe houses you have a chance of dropping the Katarina tickets. And then when you with the Katarina tickets, you can plug that in and go fight Katarina. She no longer resets your board anymore, so that is going to be very interesting because like we all know where Grav is going to be. We all know. We don't have to act like it's going to be any other way. Grav should just prepare himself to just go into transportation on like 99% of boards. Very few people might put him on research, but like most people would have him in transportation. Who else would there be? I think Vorici. They mentioned Vorici, right? They mentioned Vorici.
Quality of the pre-generated items.
Also, this might be a good source for high quality items. And like by high quality, I mean like greater than 20% items. Whoever's board these are.
This is the amount to craft. Is luck chests. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Vorici's luck chests?
Where he was going to literally give you full stacks of currency. Now this safe house is research. This is Vorici in research. He no longer drops harvest scarabs there. He now drops full stacks of currency. So imagine dropping a divine.
Vorici and Grav.
Yeah, like Vorici in research, Grav in transportation. And you never reset your board. So you run the safe house, you imprison the guy, he goes back to his thing, you level everybody up, you get your intelligence, and you go back.
GG for that.
Also, there was a change to betrayal on the patch notes where instead of having 10 random intelligence to a safe house, now you get intelligence equal to 2 times the rank of a member when you execute them. Now remember, execution doesn't give ranks it doesn't give intelligence, it gives ranks. So now when you're leveling them to level 3, you're also still getting some intelligence. And I think that, assuming they didn't touch the scarab, because they didn't, but they also said scarab changes will still be coming, so we don't know. But assuming they don't touch the scarabs, that would be subject for multiplication with what is that scarab? Betrayal scarab of intelligence. Yeah, 150% increase intelligence gained from syndicate targets encountered in the area. So that means that 6 becomes 15. 15 whenever you executed a rank 3 member. So that means if you really just want someone on rank 3, he's still giving you 15. Whereas the guys you don't care about rank 3, you interrogate them and you get like 50, which is what you typically get. 48, I think, actually. But yeah. Betrayal is going to be fun. Also, I was going to say something. I know you guys aren't big on settlers, but I saw a keystone that's actually very interesting. Remember the keystone they teased for settlers where let me find it then. End game changes, settlers, no settlers. Settler rework, yes. Remember the one where it's like items dropped by possessed monsters have a chance to be converted to dust? It has extra information on it. It says, and this I really like the concept behind this because it encourages you to farm other mechanics. But like it says, sulfite found in your maps is granted as a random ore instead of 25% of the value. So if you had to get like 1,000 sulfites, you would instead get 750, and then you get 250. You get like,
I saw that. I thought that was good.
Exactly. But then there's also the life force portion where if at any point life force is not worth much, you can take this node and you get literally a random crop at 3 times the value, basically.
That's a good go.
So like if let's say it's very early, you just want currency, you can literally now convert playtime into currency with settlers versus last league where it was not possible. Because now if you'd use this keystone, you'd spec into delve and you spec into harvest. That means now you click sulfite, you're getting ore, you spec into torment as well because you want the dust. So that means now you're getting dust naturally. You're getting sulfite, dust from sulfite, you're getting dust from possessed monsters rather. You're getting ore from I mean, I don't think you care about ore, do you? I guess you do if your goal is to get.
Or it's also a unique monster. Like you can do unique stuff with it.
Like, you mean fulfilling orders?
No, I mean that ore is cool because it's a unique thing. So it's just you do it with other mechanics because it gives you unique buffs, right? Because it's a unique item. Or never mind. I'm tired. Just ignore me.
So
I swiped.
Bazaar.
Yes, Bazaar.
Lol, man is down bad. Also, there are some infusions on settlers that makes me think the people are going to actually use this Giga when they are just straight up juicing content. Not necessarily juicing settlers, but when they want monsters and they want modifiers and shit. Because like the Bismuth infusion basically means Bismuth ore in your maps have a chance. They already like give an additional modifier to monsters, which gives them like elemental damage, which I assume in some way, shape, or form affects the loot they drop. Now there's a 30% chance they gain a second modifier. So in the like top end of juicing, this node might be Giga just for extra modifiers on your monsters so you can get extra loot. Not to mention you just have more monsters and you can make them all at least magic, you know, at least for ore.
Pretty good.
So I suspect we're going to see strats like that as well with settlers. So I like it. Now that I've said what I said, I don't know how I feel about them implementing it the same way it was last season.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see.
I think they've reduced the number of levels from 10 to 5, so it should already be a step in the right direction. But like, it shouldn't be nearly as obnoxious with gold. If it is, it's going to be rough. And like Mark said, that's just the reality of it. It's either going to be like, I think it's either going to be strong enough to where you basically can't ignore it, or it's going to be so weak there's no point in bothering with it. So I don't know how they balance it to be the in between. I don't know how feasible that is, but we'll see. I suspect early on, like day one, it's going to be on the stronger side. Why do I think it's going to be on the stronger side? Because if it's weak, nobody's going to use it, and so now there's no gold sink, and they really like the fact that it's a gold sink. So we'll have to see on that front as well. Ads are going on Twitch, so I will be right back once they round up. What's that? Did you say something? Anyways, BRB. All right. Now that ads are done, don't throw me into my vodka ads. They didn't happen for you. That's good. But everybody should be back if anybody was on ad break, so we can continue. At least that's what Twitch says. So, where were we? We're seeing potential in the settler mechanic. So league start, we are going to be I mean, you are not going to get the new one for a bit, at least till like next week or something, I'm sure. So our league start strat is going to involve no torment. Might want to do torment, to be honest, because torment is the enabler for dust, right? Because I don't want to have to deal with unique item destruction, but if I can just directly get dust, then and that's big. Dust, harvests, profit. But then my question would be, is 300% of its value worth it? You Giga Juice harvest. Let's say you ignore crop rotation, you ignore everything. 3,000 wheat is not equivalent money-wise to 1,000, I don't know, yellow juice. Maybe purple juice, but not yellow. At least if I use Frisha's inflated economy. And it's even worse with regular league because you're not getting as much juice, so juice is worth more. So there is a universe where this is just straight up garbage, and we don't touch this node because we want to do life force. Or if we're not doing harvest farming, we take the node for the possessed monster drops, and then we just do whatever we're farming. We'll have to play around with it. We'll have to see how rewarding crops are. Because he did say in certain situations, the crops are... In certain situations, it would feel like Settlers was buffed. So maybe this is one of those cases where you need to send less volume of like crops to get more currency, but your farmers make less. And then it translates better with harvest, because in current day Settlers, it's if you're doing that, you're trolling, because one divine of yellow juice in inflated economy was like, let's say 10k juice. That with 30k crops. 30k crops is not giving you jack shit. Maybe if it was blue xanthemum, maybe, but like if it's wheat, no, it's not. And it is most definitely not giving you a divine. But on the other hand, shipments can also give you mirror shards, which is worth like, you know, it will be worth multiple divines. So give or take, I guess. Give or take. How many sailors do you want to employ though? Yes. As many as they will allow. All right. Let's start with the skeleton of our POB, shall we? The patch notes took way less time than I anticipated. Way less time. Jeez. Which necromancer? Do I have a reason to go golems? +2 golems. I don't think I do. I think I have 0 reason to go 2 golems. So we are going to look something like this. Maybe, actually, no, we have to do Mistress of Sacrifice instead of Commander of Darkness. Or maybe we F and F the other one. I don't know. We'll see how many gems we can fit. In our culture. These two are good. I like the skill effect duration of this, and I do think the block would be insane considering this item. Where is the item? It's still ahead, I think. No, it's not. Oh my god. Either way, what I'm trying to say is the item has 25% crit block chance. So we need all the block chance we can get. But we're not getting it. Yeah, it has 25% base block chance and it has no block chance mods. So we're just going to have to deal with 25% starting block chance. So that means Mistress of Sacrifice is kind of a must-have. The early res means we have to gear our specters to have slightly more early res, but we do still have access to AG and whatnot. So hopefully 50%. Holy, I mean, are you wrong? Absolutely not. We want max skeleton, so this is a mandatory node. So is this. We want to have this. Probably want this. This so that we can go. Arcane, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Heliax brought up an interesting point, by the way, which is that the patch notes for AG specify they cannot be raised in that zone. So it's possible you can leave the zone and then come back and like with an AG and you're fine if he dies.
Why did
Like
they
it's a
do that
possibility.
change?
What'd you say?
Why did they do that change?
That he doesn't drop his shit?
Yeah, like you can't respawn them in the same zone.
Why? It's so that there's still a cost to him dying, because summoning your AG is inconsequential. If he's not summoned in the current game, it doesn't cost a lot of mana. He just boop, he's dead. He's back. He doesn't. You don't need a corpse. You don't need anything for him. So that's what I assume it is. It's friction, and I don't know if it's good friction, but it's like it's friction. So we do this reservation, get this. We no longer really need to scale golem buff effect, but I will likely still scale it. Why? I think it is still going to be strong. Simply because Stone Golem now has increased defenses, which is nowhere near Chaos Golem. However, even if it's not near Chaos Golem, we can still swap Chaos Golem with Stone Golem or Safeguarding, and we are just slightly better against melee hits. Ranged hits, I don't know what the solution for that is. I kind of wish we had some defense against ranged, but we don't. And this honestly is still subject to change. We'll probably end up going. This would be mandatory. This would also be mandatory, to be honest. Now the question is, do I want to come from here or here? Is this going to be an ES build or a life-based build? What does the shield have? It's an ES shield. It has no life. And we are going to be using a rare chest and a rare helmet. The rare helmet, we're going to craft +1 skelly on it. So in theory, we can just go full ES, which means we can technically go CI. And we have increased defenses from our golem. Is this a CI build? Is this going to be a CI build? Is this going to be a CI build? If it is, we just pick up Zealot's Oath and Stone Golem will give us ES regen. I guess what are the disadvantages of this being a CI build? We will have to path all the way here for ES Leech. Right? For Ghost Reaver. But like that's inconsequential because we're picking CI literally here. I think it's going to be a CI build. I genuinely think so. There is no What if we do the Ghost Dance over Leech tech? We'd have to find a source of evasion. And we'd have to scale it to the point where our evasion matches our ES, but just slightly less. Let's make sure Ghost Dance didn't get any changes. It did not. Okay. Because like with the nerf to instant leech, over leech might just be the way to go. I might play around with the idea of it. I might play around with that idea. Zealot's Oaths. That means we drop this entirely and start picking up ES nodes alongside these guys. What's that? Here we're going to do recover minion life on death, and we're going to do convocation and recover minion life on death because our Skelly should be dying a lot. Now with this, we should be able to use Blessed Rebirth in a medium cluster. We also need to scale block. So Bone Offering. Bitter Bind Point. So now we have 4628, give or take. Actually have to be parts here though. So you said you're doing more tier crafting tomorrow. I should be. I am very likely doing more. Recover ES on block. This is going to be not much ES, but it's ES nevertheless. All right, we have that going on for us, which is nice. We kind of need this wheel. So I think we have too many points in the general, like everything we're doing so far. So we need to start cutting points. +1 to max golem. Probably cut that out, to be honest. Probably cut that out. Have a good one and good night. Thanks for stopping by. Increase effect of offering. Our block chance is honestly already not bad, but we need slightly more in the way of block AD. I guess if on a league starts scenario we're going for, what is the thing we'd be going for here? Granite Rumi's concoction. Maximize that guy and then save. So let's see. With Rumi's concoction, we can get pretty high. We can get 12% block AD. So if we do something like this, and then we go block 80 per that, then that is a 70% chance and we don't need to go anywhere else. Yeah, this is probably what we'll end up doing. But now I'm 3 under cap for spell block. But then again, there is Rumi's concoction to get us 78. I think this is fine. This is as many points as I'm willing to spend on block. We can also save some points here, technically, because we can... What is the name of that unique gem that gives you a circle that you can pick shit from? Thread of Hope. Thread of Hope. Let's do large ring. Okay, it's not large ring. Is it? No, it's not. It's medium. Let's do medium because I think medium is also on the cheaper side. We can use that to pick this, the life nodes, without going anywhere. In a different universe, we can use it to pick this as well. And then we can use it to pick this. And if we needed to, this. Yeah. This seems about right. Yeah, I don't think there's a universe where we path through here because we do need these guys and this one. We have a lower starting point. Shielded matchbox.
It's pretty significant. It would suck if I destroyed it.
Are you playing Dooley?
Yeah. Getting my money's worth.
Lol. I think this is fine. Then for this guy, the jewel sockets, we are going to be doing... I don't want to go a 12 passive minion cluster. I mean, it'd be Giga. If this is going to be the high budget version, I guess I should. But then I wouldn't have a Rumi's concoction in the high budget either. Also, Vicious Bite can just say no. I think over even a 12 passive cluster, we are just going to need Fizz as extra fire, no chance to ignite. Yeah. Increased damage with hit against ignited enemies could be, I mean, it's okay. What if I use Skeletal Atrophy instead? With Skeletal Atrophy, I no longer need Unholy Mites. Because they apply Wither, skeletons apply Wither. So when I use Vow Summon Skelly, they are going to all, it's going to be like 40 something, applying 10% chance to Wither. And then some of that Fizz is going to be converted to Chaos, so they do still do quick Chaos damage. But I guess with Skeletal Atrophy, the question is 10% Wither chance enough? We'll do Skeletal Atrophy and call to the slaughter, I guess.
Skyscraper, Radiant. This guy has Fiery Subscraper, Radiant Skyscraper. Do you recognize how bad that is?
He has Radiant Subscraper or Skyscraper?
Yeah, versus my Destruction, Radiant Skyscraper.
Lol. Doesn't that just mean his value of his items is going to be shit because you destroyed the value?
Good call. Yeah, I destroyed his Subscraper, which nerfed his damage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand something about this build. It's like one-shotting everybody, and I don't know why. 625, 985, 85.
Medium cluster jewels. Let's go. Why is it, what is one shot in them? What item?
I think my numbers are just getting so big that it's catching me off guard, to be honest.
Okay, fair. Minion life, 4 passive, and the passives will be, well, Blessed Rebirth has to be on one of them. And honestly, I'm thinking life from death. Because that gives me, but actually no, recover 2% of life is shit because my life is 1. We could do hulking corpses, so we have some taunts coming from zombies, assuming there are zombies in this build. I have no reason to not have zombies, except, I mean, it would be Golem, Feeding Frenzy, Minion Life. So I probably don't have zombies in this build, but even if I don't have zombies, I still have decent max life coming from there. Dread March is probably the better choice though, as a second choice, because I mean it's movement speed. Who doesn't like minion movement speed? And PDR Chaos Res. All right, so that's one medium. The second medium does not need edits. Rebirths. That's the rebirth cluster. This is the one that doesn't have Blessed Rebirth. And what are we going to have instead? I'm thinking life from death, to be honest. Feasting Fiends with Leech is not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll do Feasting Fiends. Because here's the thing is, I already have Recover Life on Death. I don't know that I need much more in that regard. Now, in all my empty sockets, we should also do Combat Focus. Cannot choose Crimson. Cannot choose Lightning. So now our DPS is going to be summon Skelly of Mage, Vow summon Skelly of Mages alongside Ray Spectre. Now we're going to have, I want to say 11 to 12 of these. Whereas we raise Spectre, we're going to have 6 of these. And these are going to be our DPS. In body armor with full Nettles Vow. Ooh, Nettles Vow. We also need Tempest Shield. If I forget. That is way too much spell block chance. Okay. That saves a fuck ton of points. Reduces the max spell block. Reduces max spell block, but gives me so many points. Like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Which at this point of creation is quite... Dex and Strength. Oh, so you can't do shit there. This is the guy that can do Dex and Strength. Because there's Strength, 10, 20, 30. Wait, do you not have enough Dex or Strength? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's 40 Strength. And this has the int. All right. So this will be what the positioning kind of looks like. Do I want to mess around with this is the question. The simple answer, no. Vow summon Skelly of Mages. We're going to do Fire Projectile. Then for Ray Spectre, we're doing Judgmental Spirit. Minions have 100% of fire damage converted to chaos damage. Now the question is this enough to fully wither? And to do that, we just have to do some quick maths. with Val Summon Skelly, assuming it's up permanently, which it wouldn't be. If they can attack twice a second. Actually, no, I'm not scaling accuracy. I should scale accuracy. I don't have minion accuracy scaled in any capacity, so the melee guys would struggle, which means I need precision and a whole bunch of aura effects. Plus precision also gives crits, so it's not the end of the world. And I need a source of envy if I can have one. There aren't any easy sources of envy that I can think of. They removed runesmithing enchant, so can't get it on our weapon. Envy would be huge actually. Amulet is Unetel, so it has to be our weapon. I was hoping it wouldn't have to be our weapon. But then, if we go United in Dreams, we United in Dreams, we get Giga Poison chance. So since we're doing so much chaos damage, it should be nice. I think limiting the Wither to just being Skellies would be a mistake. Because the amount of hits our Spectres do with their overlaps is insane, especially for applying Wither. So I do still think Unnatural Strength is the play. And as such, Skeletal Atrophy is not great. In which case, we can replace it for what? I think we return it for anything. Not leech, not increase effect, because increase effect might be expensive. I guess just evasion. And then we have no reason to go call to the slaughter. Now, how can we realistically scale our evasion without auras? We cannot use flasks, because if we were to use flasks, then it's conditional. We need it to not be conditional. I don't want to dedicate my chess piece to being an EV ES piece, because that would require having a lot of decks. Not a big fan of that as a possibility. I guess I already have 119 decks I need because of precision, which I should be scaling down regardless. So we'll see. We don't need chaos rest, so we can always get dexterity on. You can always craft dexterity gear. So at least we have that going for us, which is nice. If we're going to get to 4K ES, we need at least 3 to 4K EV. We do not have points spec into ES, so let's start putting points in ES. We do not recharge ES, so we don't care about this area. This one does nothing for us. Well, same with this guy. What we do care about is this guy. Max ES. Same with, I mean, you have faster starts. Kinda don't want that. This would be nice to have this area because it's a lot of ES, but that would also be a lot of points spent traveling, which if we don't have to spend it, let's not spend it. Because that'd be 1, 2 travel nodes, 3, 4 travel nodes. And what are we giving up for? 1, 2, maybe 3, 4. And then we just go from, I mean, we still need this guy, so we have to still take here. We drop this. Instead, maybe go from up here, pick this, and then pick this via Thread of Hope. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We still need this guy as well. I guess if we drop this one, we can still kind of go for this guy without sacrificing too much. Yeah, I think I'm fine for now. We'll just make sure we get ES nodes. So we're at 30%, which is abysmal. There's this guy, which is also a lot of ES. Puts us as 55. Then a big part of it is just nodes like these. Actually, if we're going for EV from Ghost Dance, we should be picking up ES EV. %1 increase EV per intelligence. Obviously nice to have. This would be an easy place to pick up mana. But the block here is really good. I look, you want to still enter this region simply because, I mean, accuracy would be nice to have for the Val Skellies. But I guess they just have to make do with my accuracy with the auras I'm providing. This is already a level 96 character. Can't really add more points without removing some. But it's only 70% increased ES, so something's got to give. We have to take points away from some places. Do this so we can drop this guy and this guy. Saves the points. Where can we pull points from? Like, we have 1700 ES and we have so much space for it, but I don't like the % increase we're getting from our tree. I think it needs to be more. I think we drop this wheel. I like the wheel quite a bit, but I'm not sure I can justify it all that much. Let's try something. 3.26. League starts. New folder. Free share. All the Heart of Agonies. OAG. Zombie Mansa. Rename. Strength stack. So that I can fit in strength stacking chains of command. Put that in free share. Absolution. Free share. Put that in free share. Free share. Free share. Free share. Settler. Poison change of command was settlers. Free share was, I think, 0.24. Reg defiler 0.24. This is like, I mean, now this is a whole lot more organized. I like it. Like it a lot, actually. Now, if I choose to do something along the lines of casting Grace, that instantly solves my evasion issues. But then that would be a lot of dexterity investment and whatnot. What would I want to use my auras for instead? Am I going to have a support Spectre? This is the problem with, I guess, builds in general. Or minion builds. Now I'm thinking, oh, support Spectre. The moment I decide to do that, my DPS is going down. Let's say, actually, this guy should be like 18. Because, I mean, realistically, going to overlap a whole lot more than that, but we'll just say 18 for now. How many more projectiles do they have baseline? 5. Out of those 5, let's say they all overlap is the thing. Like, look at this. And we're going to be using GMP. Like, look at that. I think they overlap all the same. But this is GV, not GMP. No, this is GMP. Let's see how spread it is. If it's too spread, then we might be a GV angle. Okay, GMP is a lot more spread. GMP is probably better for... Okay, how about this? Let's take this all the way down playback speed. This guy hits like here, this one hits here, this one hits here. This guy does not hit this one. And this one does not hit. Now these guys are all going to damage this one. Yeah, they all damaged him. Same with this one. They're all going to damage. Yeah, even that one on the corner damaged. So now I guess the question is, what did that look like from afar? This one did, this one didn't, this did. These did. That volley all hits. So it's going to be anywhere from, because at this point with GMP, this is 4 projectiles. The overlap is, let's say 5. It's more than 5. It's realistically like 6 to like, it's realistically like 6, but we'd say 5. 5 times 3 is 5 times 6 rather is 30. Okay, something like this at least. Wave clear wise, we'd have mages, we'd have specters. Single target, we'd have these. Wither would be 15 because it's chaos. And I was thinking of an envy. By the way, did I turn off grace? Yes, I did. Defensively, the best thing we can do is have some evasion. Like, just realistically. And I kind of want to stay away from support specters as much as possible. I think this setup is going to use a Crown of the Tyrant's AG with added chaos damage or fire damage, whichever is better. Crown of the Tyrant. Fire is just better than chaos because it's a larger number and then they convert it. So we go for fire here. We go for a red socket. They have minus chaos res all the same. All right. The skeleton is fine. The skeleton on this POB I think is fine. I think what we're going to do now is I don't like that we're ignoring the crit portion of the shield. But I guess the crit portion will just have to act by itself. Or I guess what we could do is do vicious bites. Oh, sure. Something like that. I wouldn't go as far as taking anything here, but having like 600-ish%. This is your Spectre for wait. Oh, this is trash. Never mind, this is us. There's no crits. All right, that's a waste. Okay, fair. That is self crits, not crits for your minions. ES added to your stun threshold 100%. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. That's a point, I think I save. 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2. The tree looks so fucking weird. But anyways, I think this is a decent point to end stream. We have the skeleton of a POB to which we are going to actually try to flesh out tomorrow. I have a bunch of thoughts swirling on what I would like to do with this setup to provide leveling, but we'll just have to wait and see. Tomorrow's stream is going to be more or less dedicated to POBing, and then past that we'll go from there. But anyways, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Till then, have a good night.